And we're live. NashvilleLou Live is on the air, June 8th, 2023. So here we go. Warsaken Blitz. Entertaining new strategy game. We'll be playing that here in just a little bit. Trying something new today. If you this is open to people that, let me make sure I say this right, because Twitch has certain specific ways of wording things. Because I'm not an affiliate by choice. I don't have any sort of subscription thing. But I'm opening this up to people who follow me, which is free. So if you follow me, giving away 50 of these prize packs on a first-come, first-served basis. If you type exclamation point giveaway, I'll put this in, do the copy paste properly. I'll put it into chat here. And I don't think I did it properly because, oh, there we go. I just have to scroll up a bit. I'm still getting used to some of this. You would think by now I could be more well-versed with this. So I'm not sure if this is going to work with the giveaway, but at the very least, I can write stuff down manually. So what you're getting with this, and I'm giving away 50 of these. You're getting a Blockchain Brawlers taunt card pack. Hey, Rexy. We'll get to the queue in just a second. Hello. You're getting a Warsaken Loot 200 card. You're getting one of my Municipal Auditorium artwork NFTs. You're getting a promo for 615 Day. So hopefully we're going to see if this works here with the queue. I had it with, what's it called? MooBot? Hello. Reebnick, hello. So I'm not sure. We're going to have to see if this, if the MooBot's going to come through for me. Some of this is a bit of an experimental as far as that goes, but at the very least, I've got it here in chat, and I'll make a note of it. This I'll be sending out here after the broadcast. So I'll make sure, do my level best to make sure everybody's taken care of on that. I'll need to know people's wax wallets. For some of you, I already have that. For the rest, if you enter, please let me know. If you hear any loud noises, don't be alarmed. The Blue Angels, and with my noise canceling, I don't know what you can and can't hear. It's kind of weird like that. The Blue Angels air pilots are, I guess, putting on a show today. It's gotten very noisy at times. But that's just part of it. Living here in the greater Nashville area. All right, so Rexy and Reebnick, I'm not sure if it's going to show up in the giveaway. I'm, again, still a work in progress on that, but I'll go ahead and have both of y'all written down here on my list. And we'll get going here with the game in just a second. There's so much to talk about. I'm really excited about what's coming up next week. You got Game Fest coming up. So much to talk about with that. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up on this screen here. Reebnick, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And that's for people that enter the giveaway. I just asked that they follow me here. It's free. And you'll be getting... I'll be sending out after the broadcast. With mostly when I'm playing people live and we take a spin on the prize wheel, that gets sent out live. But this is going to be a little bit different. Trying something new with this today, so we'll see how that goes. But I'll do my best to make sure everybody's taken care of with this fun game here with Warsaken Blitz. Okay. So we'll get to that in just a little bit with Game Fest. Some of that I'm still learning info on. Like, there are invitations made to me to do things that I just got today. So, which is great. I can't wait. There's going to be so much to do with... I mean, we'll get to it. There's a lot to talk about in a good way. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put the slate back up here for a moment. I think the first thing to do here would be take a quick look at the prize wheel. That's what people want to check out. Remember, hit exclamation point, join in chat if you want to enter the queue. Okay, so if I'm doing this correctly, we'll go here and voila. The Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds Neri 3616. So, Rexy had that loot pack win on the last show. Got a new loot pack. This is a loot pack 03 out of my own personal collection. Wanted that up there, along with what Sean IOP provided. Much thanks for that with the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt 5. It's still in the mix. We got 3 epics up there. Got 10 ultra rares. 25 super rares. and 10 of the very rares to make up the 50. So it's a 150 shot. The way it works, I play people in Warsaken Blitz one at a time, and if I win, then good game. If I lose, we take a spin for on the prize wheel, find out what the person who beat me won. So, you know, it's some fun prizes up there. Maybe somebody will win a loot pack today. Hopefully some good prizes that people will be happy with will be dished out here. I'll do my best to win, but it's this weird thing where I'm used to being very competitive in a lot of ways. But with this, when I lose, it doesn't bother me like it would in a lot of other ways, a lot of other games, perhaps, because I'm glad to have giveaways and people happy about that. So, with that in mind, let's see if the technical directing skills are working for me here early. So I'll bring down the slate and let's see. There we have it. Good. So we're about to get things started. Hey, Rexy, you got that last loot pack. So Rex, you'll be first up. If you could provide me with a connect code. If you already have, then I'll scroll back up. Delvison, hello. Tech93, hello. And again, as I've noted earlier, there's I don't know what to even describe it as. The Blue Angels is fighter jets. It was traveling show they put on today. They're having it here in the greater Nashville area, here on the southeast side where I live. So if you hear some loud airplane-like noise, that might explain it. I'm not sure how loud that gets inside my own house, but I don't know. The noise cancellation is pretty good, but if you hear it, that explains it. There's not much you can do about that. I could have considerable soundproofing, and those jets are loud. All right, so you're testing out a new deck. Well, good. You get to check out a deck that I tried out yesterday, but haven't used on stream yet, so this should be interesting. So thank you for the code. Anyway, as I was saying, though, for the giveaway today, special giveaway, the only stipulation is that you please follow me here on Twitch. But exclamation point giveaway, a Blockchain Brawlers taunt pack, a 200 loot card from Warsaken. That's like the easiest code ever, and I'm taking forever today to type it in. I'm supposed to be good at multitasking. Supposed to be. Here we go. Camo-Ziana. All right, making sure I mute my television. That helps. So Rexy's testing out a new deck. Same here. All right, got those two that match up. Only the one building card, which I like. Two, I usually will take a mulligan in that case. With this, I'll keep it. I get to go first. I need to turn up the in-game audio a little bit. Well, I rolled a 6. I'm over here no-selling. I'm looking over the technical stuff. Well, first things first with a tsunami. 3 of a kind, and I will take the extra turn. Still 3 more actions to take in this turn. With these two, it's nice having the WMD, but putting those out there makes them a huge target. So instead, we'll go with a pair of Rebuild the Territories morale cards. 1 more for this turn, then I remember I get that extra roll for the trio of Tsunami cards. Strange as it might sound, I'm actually not going to take the last action. I'm going to end here, and I'll get the extra turn thanks to the Tsunami. We'll play it now. 1. Well, so again, I mean, I don't know if there's 3 spots open in my war zone, but sometimes I'll wonder if it's actually worthwhile in this case to put a 3rd card out there randomly without a 2nd in my hand. That makes myself look vulnerable as far as if my opponent plays an intel. That's an easier target. So with that in mind, long way of saying ending the turn. So Rexy's finally getting a chance here. This is NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz. And the format worked out very well for me last week as far as taking about a 5-minute break every hour and just going with it. I didn't plan on going 8 hours last week. I don't know about this week. We'll see. But as long as I'm working those breaks, it seemed to work out okay. So a pair of Intel cards out there. So there's the cue, the information there. Thank you for following the Joker 69696. 2. Okay. Well, again, we got the 3 spots open in the war zone there. Pair of force cards. This is my new camo deck. Is it Intel? Question mark. It's got Intel in there. Man, some people get like on tilt when they start getting their arsenal milled, which arsenal being their deck. There's 3 of a kind Intel. We'll talk about getting milled, which sounds quite unpleasant. And so 6 cards get knocked from. Now you get to see. You can look in your discard pile. It's kind of interesting. See, okay. So I know what I have in my hand, and I can compare. It's a little bit unwieldy until you get used to it. As far as like, if you have that pulled up when your opponent's doing moves, kind of distracts you from it. And it's not like you're on a clock here with the Warsaken Blitz. At least not the way it is now. So a 2 of a kind with the weather, 2 of the kind with Intel. Remember, Blitz is a simplified version of Warsaken. Categories are what matter here versus the specifics on a card, with the exception of morale on your territories. We'll get to that. Roll a 4. So some 2 of a kind options. I don't like filling up all 4 spots in my war zone unless I've got some sort of 3 of a kind, or unless I'm really up against it. Play a pair of nameless soldiers. 2 actions to go in that weird spot here where, I mean, I could play another 2 of a kind, but that also then blocks me from potentially making a play in that next turn. So I'm going to forego those last 2 actions and end the turn. And I'm not saying that's necessarily the top strategy. I don't know that that has been determined at this point, but I just, in general, I found it to be usually worthwhile to take that approach. Hey, Dr. Zeus, hello. Hello to each and every one of you taking the time to watch here today. Appreciate it. So it's 2 of a kind with a weather, 2 of a kind with an Intel, and then again 2 of a kind with a weather. Weather gives you the either extra 3 actions, or usually what people will take is the +1 turn. It's a 5. Okay, well, again, you can always pull your cards down, look, be sure. I already have 2 out there with a rebuild the territory. It's a morale card. We're going -6 to my opponent's morale. It's going to drop to a 14. Becomes important depending on how things play out with the cards here. I've got a couple of, or a number of 2 of a kind options. Again, if I put those WMDs out there, it's so dangerous. They become a huge target, at least from what I've found. Well, propaganda. Always up for that. So 2 of a kind propaganda, and again, I'll have 2 actions, but I'm going to keep that 4th spot of my war zone open. I'm going to end the turn right there. And again, the way it works here is if somebody beats me in Warsaken Blitz, take a spin on the prize wheel. Went over some of those prizes earlier. We'll take a look again. There's a loot pack up there. 3 of a kind Intel, and I imagine my war zone here is going to be targeted probably 1 each, unless it's going to be a knock against my arsenal. It could get me down to what 16? Nope. So that is the barbershop effect, 1 off the top there for each of them. So I'm just kind of window shopping at the moment, but the key is figuring out, okay, I mean, I've got, if I were to go back, there's morale's an easy pickup potentially. And see, the problem is I tried to hide my discard. I just missed the click in time. Now I have like 2 sets of cards. It gets a little awkward at this point. I'm getting shamed for getting my hand caught in the cookie jar. Meanwhile, it's a 6. I should be jubilant. Okay. So I can go with the morale there. Got a couple there. No 3 of a kind as far as buildings go, and nothing really teasing to that or hinting to that. And again, those all got hit with the intel. Well, we'll go with this. 3 of a kind, morale. -6 morale to my opponent, be down to 8. Now, why this matters. If I can get a WMD to come together, -4 morale with the Fermi energy plants, -4 morale with the golden farmlands. So I play a WMD, knock out those 2 lands, it's 0 morale, and then my opponent has a compromised leader. Problem. I don't have 3 WMDs that match. Not right now. How long to wait, we'll see. I've got the 1 spot open out there. I'm going to actually pull back, to make room. I'll pull back the propaganda. No, maybe I'll pull back all of them. Real zany move. Really clear out the queue. Now it's my opponent's turn. And maybe that wasn't the best move there. I'm not sure, but... And they got hit with the intel already, so... If I can get 3 of a kind with a building together, I could go back and fetch something, but... We'll see if it comes to that. Alright, so it's Rexy's turn. 4 actions to go here. There's Rexy pulling back, opening up a spot there. Yeah, I think it's pretty sound strategy. 1. And look at this. Problem is, if I put that out there, huge target. Instead, we'll play put the dropship out there. And that's it for my turn. My opponent rolled a 2. Hello, Natha. Hello. Hello to all of you. If I missed anyone, it wasn't intentional. Let's see. It's a 3. Okay. All right. We'll play the WMD. I'm going to have my opponent's leader compromised here to end my turn.
Select target.
It's noted. My opponent's down to 8 morale. It's -4 morale for the Fermi energy plants. Remember, WMD takes out 2 of your opponent's territories. Golden farmlands, -4. Watch this. 8.
Leader compromised.
Now it's a 0. My opponent rolls a 3. Now, if Rexy's able to put 3 of a kind together, whether with the weathers, there's still a lot that could happen here. Just that weather gives you the extra turn if you get 3 of a kind. Hello, musical man. Hello. It's funny, I was starting the stream today actually 2 minutes early and then realized I still had the delay on from the Blockchain Brawlers tournament I did this past weekend. I'll be doing some broadcasting next week with Blockchain Brawlers. I'll be live streaming as well with Warsaken Blitz. More on that just a little bit. All right, so my opponent has a compromised leader. It's a 4. I need 3 of a kind of a force to win. Plenty of space open there. So I'll just go ahead and do it here with Specialist Dexter Smith for the win.
Select target.
2 territories remain, but it doesn't matter with my opponent's morale at 0. That's going to do it.
Leader eliminated.
All right. Good game, Rexy. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. All right, Greebnick, if you could please provide me with a join code. That would be greatly appreciated. I'm not sure if MooBot, I tried to get that working before the stream, but I was juggling a lot today the way it worked out. In a good way. A lot of stuff going on in a positive way. So what I'm doing, I'll probably end up having to do is go through and manually in chat. I've got the code from Greebnick. If you want an exclamation point giveaway, and please include your Wax wallet, your Wax address, so I can have that. I'm going to give it away for first 50 people. That follow me here. That's the one caveat, please. Just, I mean, it's not a subscription, it's a follow. You get a Blockchain Brawlers taunt pack. You get a Warsaken loot, 200 loot. Freebie there. You get one of my Municipal Auditorium. Bits of artwork, promotional stuff there. Limited run from last year and 2 years ago for 615 day. A NashvilleLou live souvenir, floppy disk, all that. That's first 50 people in here that have a Wax address and the exclamation point giveaway. Please make sure you include that information. I thought that MooBot was going to help me, but apparently not yet. Again, with me, this is a work in progress learning some of this. So I've got the code here. What was that again? Yeah, that's the way, exactly there, the giveaway. Sorry if I wasn't clear enough on the explanation. I'm putting the code in now here for next matchup. I picked up this version of Ziana, 21 starting morale. If you're going to use this particular type of card, you need to make sure you have a vast hinterland or something else that takes your leader down -1 morale to start with. That's a nice little extra edge if you're looking for that. So that's what I'm using here. And here we go.
Warsaken.
It's making a note here. I have to do this so later when I go through for editing purposes and find my spot. Okay. Nice draw here. No building cards to get in the way. It's a couple of WMDs, which can be a little bit unwieldy early, but 2 sets of 2, I'll take it. No doubt. And I get to go first. Lucky me. 5. All right. Tough here with these because you put either of those pairs out there and you're going to get targeted. Luckily for me, I've got all sorts of options here, don't I? We'll go with a pair of Private Sarah Vets. 3 actions to go for the turn. We'll go with a pair of Cheetah Z series. And then 1 more for this turn. We'll play this non-aggression treaty. Those gold cards. There's some really nice designs with that. Play just the 1 card there, and that ends my turn. And it's a roll 3 for Greebnick. All right, so 2 of a kind with a force, and then a standalone force. My turn. 3. All right, so that's 3 of a kind with Private Sarah Vet.
Select target.
That's a nice looking card right there. And again, the irony of what happens in this game. The spotlight the beauty, and then destroy it. Or eliminate it. Alright, so 2 spots open in my war zone, 2 actions to go. I'll play the second non-aggression treaty. So I've got 2 sets of 2. 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play a Control the Message, an intel card. And that's it for my turn. Yeah, 10 it. Or is the owner? I was just reading it there. That's a nice card right there. I've got a Ziana leaning deck anyway. I've got one of those authentic Zianas, but not like that. So, 3 sets of 2 out there for my opponent. That's it for my turn. As I hear a jet go screaming by outside. All right, this works out very well for me here. Roll a 5. I'm going to go 3 of a kind with a WMD. Let's take my opponent down to 1 territory left. ...
Select target.
WMD takes out 2 of your opponent's territories. You can only play 1 WMD per match. In Warsaken Blitz, go with the Dryden oil fields. Blood foil. We'll go with Bancare Island. -3 morale. -7 morale. So even if I had a triple morale to play, this wouldn't work out the way it did for me in the last match. Luckily for me, I got this cheater ready to go. Got 3 of a kind. Last territory. Always save the vast for last. Vast hinterland. That's what I was talking about, that -1 morale. That's how you can play a leader with a 21 morale in Warsaken Blitz. If that makes any sense. For newcomers, that won't be anything you gotta worry about for a while, so.
Compromised.
That's the important part. My opponent has a compromised leader. However, play a second, control the message, use that lone action remaining for me there. It's now my opponent's turn. Five. There's 3 of a kind with a 4, so I'll take out one of my territories. Three of a kind again with a force. Is that the Kraken? Yeah, the Kraken. You know that when that's coming at you. And again, you get stuck sometimes if you don't get out of the your hand caught the cookie jar. 3. All right. Well, while my opponent has a compromised leader, I need 3 of a kind with a force to win. And I don't have that as an option at the moment. Play a pair of guard towers. And 1 action to go. I'll leave it unused. End my turn. Griebnick rolls a 3. So 3 of a kind weather. That's going to be an extra turn for my opponent. And for the extra turn, it's a roll of 4. Two of a kind weather. 3 of a kind intel. You've got 3 sets of 2 sitting up there. Give your opponent some choices as far as what to target. There are WMDs out there. I only have 2 territories left. Let's see. 5. All right, I'm going to win it right here. Jacks, Nash. 3 of a kind. Roll a 5. Lucky me. Play all 3 right now.
Select target.
And a beautiful card. I got eliminated.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, Griebnick, good game. All right. All right, so delve us in. If you would please provide a connect code, and we'll get going with our next match here. So what I anticipate here is I'll have this next match, delve us in, and presuming it goes past 40 past the hour, I'm gonna take about a 5-minute break after that. I've been Part of it is formatting, part of it is I have to take these breaks to make sure I get, as silly as it sounds, neck stretching exercises. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. But when that means me not having migraine headaches, it's not so ridiculous. So it works. Speaking of work, and there's the code. Thank you, Delvison. We'll use this deck. Literally says use this deck.
Warsaken.
Sore loser. How dare you, sir? Shout out to Carl Casey at Wipeout Audio. Put together a lot of the music that I use for this live stream. Fantastic. Man, it's a loud shed that went flying by. Anyway, well, kind of a weird mix here. Nothing that matches. I'm gonna take a mulligan. So maybe, well, that worked out. Sort of. I mean, that's a lot of WMD, but I'm not gonna take the second mulligan. I'm gonna keep it. That's part of the risk you take when you use a mulligan. You have a halfway decent hand. But with anything matching, I thought, okay. So we'll see. That can go one of two ways, I've found. So it's exclamation point join to enter the queue. People who beat me here today playing Warsaken Blitz live on stream will get a spin on the prize wheel. Got a loot pack up there. Gave away a loot pack on the last show. This one's for my own personal collection. That Unreal card up there from Sean IOP. 10 ultra rares. We're gonna have 25 super rares and then 10 very rares. So at worst, you're getting a very rare. 2 of a kind WMD. And then 2 of a kind weather. Now it's my turn. 4. And look at this. Like I said, it can go a couple of ways there if you get a lot of WMD in your hand early as far as your cards. You need that third. I got it.
Select target.
Allows me to take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Go for the Fermi energy plants. And we'll go for the golden farmlands. So my opponent's down to 2 territories remaining. I have 1 more action that I can use for this turn. I'll play an assassination attempt. Intel card. That was in telling me in chat. On fire. Let's get quickly shift though. Those 2 WMD cards staring me down instead. And that 3rd spot in my opponent's war zone is a pair of force cards. Force card will take out 1 of my territories if it's 3 of a kind. So I rolled a 2. And while I could play a second assassination attempt here, instead I'm going to play a pair of interrogation facilities. And that's going to end my turn. Now, here's the thing. I played a WMD, and you can only play 1 per match, so I'm not going to go back for that. My opponent rolls a 3. 3 sets of 2 already out there, and my opponent's war zone, 11 cards in my opponent's hand. That's 11. 2 of a kind force cards with 1 action to go for the turn. 4 wide and 2 deep. It's my turn. 4. Well, I have 2 spots open in my war zone. I'll play a second assassination attempt. 3 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of S-21Rs. Jets. Speaking of jets flying by here today with the Blue Angels. All right. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to end the turn, and that'll be it for my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having fun playing Blitz. Got a bunch of prizes on the prize wheel. A loot pack. It's a roll of 4 for my opponent. And the complexion of this match might change here in a hurry. It sure will. That's a WMD, 3 of a kind. Gonna take out 2 of my territories. But just like that, go from 4 territories to 2. There's 2 force cards. A particularly nasty one. I click on the die first. 2. This thing, the bot fly. Nightmare fuel. Alright, so I could go with this, but I'm not going to. Because I'm not going to go back for a WMD. That wouldn't make any sense. I'm going to leave these 2 actions untaken here in the turn. Well, I guess it says something about the quality of the filters for OBS Studio, the way it's set up for me here. That I can hear this jet go just flying by very loud, and it doesn't seem to register on the microphone. 3. All right. So first things first, I'm going to play the 3rd S-21R.
Select target.
3 of a kind with a 4, so I'll take out one of my opponent's 2 remaining territories. Drighton oil fields. Two actions to go for this turn. Now's I'm going to play that 3rd interrogation facility card. So I'm going to choose 3 to return to my hand. You're not going to bring back a WMD. I don't think you can if you want to, since you can only play that once per match in Warsaken Blitz. Instead, the trio forces right back. Play a D24I here. That's it for my turn. Big roll right here for my opponent. It's a 4. $17 cards in my opponent's hand. 3 of a kind. With a 4, so I'll be down to 1 territory. Actions to go. 3 of a kind weather. That means an extra turn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 5. Uh-oh. This could do it. All right, 3 of a kind weather card, so that means another extra turn. 2 actions to go. There's a pair of force cards. Here's the 2nd extra turn. So roll of 2. There's 3 of a kind for a force. I'm gonna have a compromised leader. My opponent has a match for either remaining set of 2 forces out there. If they can win it right here, that's what's gonna happen. That's gonna do it. All right, congratulations. Delvis and victorious. Good game. All right. We'll have a break coming up here in a moment, but first we're going to the prize wheel. Let's take a look what we got on the prize wheel here. Make sure I put the good game in. Got paranoid because I had a 90-second delay for my last broadcast over the weekend, the Blockchain Brawlers Tournament Global Finals. And that 90-second delay, I put a good game in chat before the finish aired. Felt bad about that. All right, now we're going to go over to the Warsaken prize wheel. Making sure I have the correct scene pulled up, and I do here. Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So let's take a look at what we have here on the prize wheel. The loot pack. Gave away a loot pack on the last show. This one's from my own personal collection. You know, you can't buy them anymore as far as with loot. But you can win it here potentially. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5. That was provided by Sean, IOP. Appreciate that. 3 epics there. Got 10 ultra rares, 25 super rares, and then 10 very rares. So hopefully something that you'll like here. 6 shuffles, you got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good luck. Here we go. It's on wheelofnames.com. All right, congratulations. The super rare XTT APC number 400. Downtown Detail, hello. Be taking about a 5-minute break here in just a moment, but I'm going to make sure I get this knocked out here first. So delve this in. Make sure I've got the right address for you here as far as where to send this. I presume it's that, what was it, the BJ4? Is that the one you want me to send it to? I don't have the wax spot here. Again, that's almost like a running gag at this point. I've got to get it figured out, but it's just not, it's not cooperating now for me with what I've tried, and I just need to talk with Mouse here, somehow get it figured out. So it's the, I've got a list. There we go. That's exactly what I want to make sure I had the right one from before. Because, I mean, again, there's a lot of having to reinvent the wheel that I hope we can overcome soon collectively as far as with these Twitch streams. So, okay. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I've got to log into my Anchor wallet. Again, it's like the stuff that just drives me crazy. That is part of live streaming where always that extra something. All right, so I send out prizes from NashvilleLou Live from my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S on the end. So if you see that show up here, what is this? And I make sure to put in there it's a prize from NashvilleLou Live and include the date and all that. So with the way I manage this is I'll do the transfer. I have 2 different computers, so it's just, I know that some people do it live on their stream that way. I just don't, that's not the way I prefer it. Plus, it works out better anyway. I can show it off after it's delivered, and that tends to work out. So let's see. All right. So for just a moment, I'll bring the slate up. I'll make sure that it got transferred over correctly. All right. There it is. Congratulations. Delve us in. Victorious over me. There's that. I love the way this one in particular looks. It's a camo effect on it too, but you got that like pinkish purple and like the kind of contrast with the, I'm not sure if that's supposed to be sand or dirt or whatever. Anyway, it's a cool look. As usual, the artwork impresses me with this, and hopefully you'll enjoy it and have some good luck with it. So congratulations, Delvis in. All right. So as I noted, I'm taking about a 5-minute break here. On the other side of that, we'll get started back into the queue. So, okay, the next test here is to see if I did this, pull up this next screen correctly. I'm going to post a link in chat. You can go ahead and register for the qualifier for the Blitz tournament coming up. Have more information on that ahead. NashvilleLou live, playing Warsaken Blitz. Got all sorts of stuff ahead. Be talking about Game Fest coming up next week. Cross promotion stuff. All sorts of options. Back in about 5-6 minutes. And we'll get back at it here with some more Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. All right, back from break. All right, Tech93. If you may have already sent me a code, I don't know. If not, if you would, please go ahead and send me a code. Anybody wants to go ahead and join, exclamation point join in chat. Opportunity. You can beat me here live on stream in Warsaken Blitz to get a spin on the prize wheel. I'll make a note here real quick before I pull up the next screen that say super rare XTT APC number 400. That Elvis N1 for me there. It's like I'm back calling matches for Nashville SC again. Like Nashville SC against North Carolina FC. I had to call that one solo. That was like at Vanderbilt's American football stadium, where I couldn't see either near side corner. It was wild. Didn't have a monitor. We went from that to having MLS within 3 years. Absolutely remarkable what that franchise did. I'm so proud of them. It's cool to get to be a tiny part of it. All right, so let me go ahead and I'm gonna make sure I actually hit the F11 button to bring it up properly here. Okay. Well, there's the slate. Soul the Cat, hello. All right. Got a giveaway going on right now. I'm gonna have to go through. I thought I had, like, what's it called, Moobot? Got a little bit ambitious, and Moobot did not want to cooperate, but I'm going to be able to go through and collect it all as far as the exclamation point giveaway here in chat. Just make sure you include your wax address, given away for everybody up to the first 50 people. A Warsaken loot. It's 200 those cards. Blockchain Brawlers, that's going to be part of Game Fest. A taunt card pack from that. I've got one of my own for my personal art collection of the Municipal Auditorium. Got 615 Day coming up next week. Hype for that. A commemorative NashvilleLou live on a floppy disk image there. So some fun stuff with that. Exclamation point giveaway. First 50 people in chat. I'll be taking care of that after the broadcast is over. So making sure all those get taken care of. So with that in mind, go ahead and get things going here with Tech. If you are ready, let's see. Yeah. Appreciate everybody taking the time to check out this broadcast, or people that watch on VOD later. I know a lot of you do. My hours don't necessarily match up with other people's. But the great thing with Warsaken Blitz is there are people around the world wanting to play quite often around the clock, so it's a good thing. Okay, so let's see. Raina1672. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, so Tech, I'm not sure if you're here. This is where I just have to be a little quicker as far as communicating. Let's see. Do you have a code? And this, again, is why I want... It really works out better to have the opponents provide the code. That way I know they're there. If I put a code out there and I don't hear anything, then it's at just like time stands still. And inevitably, as soon as you move on, then the person that you put that code out there originally for, then they appear. And confusion abounds. So it works out easier this way. So Tech, if you come back, we'll work you in. But I will have to go ahead and move it along here. All right, Joker, if you're here, please provide a connect code. All right, thank you, Joker. I got the code from you. Camo Ziana.
Warsaken.
Here we go. All right. So I like this. Just the one building card. You got matching pair with the forces. Pretty good variety. I'll keep it. It's so risky to take a mulligan if you have a halfway decent hand, because you don't know what might be waiting for you, and then you have a tough decision to make. You can go for the double mulligan, but you're going to get whatever they give you, and that's that. And your opponent gets an extra card. Three of a kind with the force cards. It's going to take out one of my territories. Yeah, sorry, Tech. I mean, we can work you in here. I don't want to... It's a tough one. And that's why I struggle with that balance. I know people wait a long time. I don't want people to step out for just a little bit and miss out. So, two of a kind, play a pair of force cards there. Selfless hero. My opponent has a weather card out there, and it's a roll of 3. I'm sorry, but thank you for getting back in the queue. I appreciate it. So, two of a kind with the weather cards, two of a kind with the intel cards for my opponent. My turn. 3. So I've got 3 spots open in my war zone. And with that in mind, I'll play a pair of Specialist Dexter Smiths. And then with one action to go, I'll play an H5 dropship, and that'll end my turn. So it's a roll of 4 for my opponent. Three of a kind with the force cards. Gonna take out a second territory. So I'm down to 2 territories remaining. And then a WMD. Ominous. Drops in there to end the turn. My turn. Extra long roll the die. Alright. So I'll have 3 of a kind I can make with the H5 dropship. That's a 4, so I'll take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Triton oil fields. So I have 2 spots open in my opponent's, or in my war zone, but I've got 3 of a kind here with a hyper defense barrier building, so. Oh. You see what I'm going to take here. I only have 3 cards in there. I'm taking all 3 of the H5 dropships. And that's going to end my turn. So we'll see how that turns out. And for all I know, I might not get another turn. If my opponent's able to get 3 of a kind with that WMD, it won't happen this turn as far as ending my match, but uh-oh, that's 2. Look at that card. Connect Space Strike, 1 of 10. And oof. My turn. It's a 3. Alright, well, I already have the 2 specialist Dexter Smiths out there. I'll make 3 of a kind. Secret Naval Region. Okay. I'll have 2 actions to go here for this turn. My opponent has a pair of intel cards out there. I'm going to play a pair of lasting blizzards. And that will end my turn. My opponent rolls a 3. Opponent has 12 cards to choose from, 36 remaining in the arsenal, which is what the deck is called in Warsaken. Warsaken Blitz, you have, there's 3 of a kind for intel, which can either go after a number of things. Probably go after the cards out there in my war zone. It could go after my arsenal. Instead, it's a 2 and 1. So you see why I didn't put that part of a 3 of a kind out there, knowing that I was staring down 2 intel cards and becoming 3 of a kind. Alright, so it's my turn. 4. That would have been a perfect time to have a WMD drop in, but it didn't. So now decision time. If I go ahead and use my force here, I mean, you can't wait around forever for a WMD because it might not ever show up. And so I'm going to go ahead and just play 3 of a kind with the dropships.
Select target.
Go with Mount Up. Still need to find a pronunciation. Uptania. The production site. My opponent's down to 1 territory. I have 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play Blasting Blizzard. Hello, Rusky Music. Hello. Appreciate everybody taking the time to watch and play here. NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. It's a roll of 5 for my opponent. It's 3 of a kind weather. That'll mean an extra turn for my opponent. 2 actions to go for this turn. 2 of a kind weather cards. Here's the extra turn. It's a 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it didn't give you a notification. That's odd. Huh. A three-of-a-kind building. A number of options. Forces. Weathers. So out of this one action to go for this turn, it's an intel card. It's a roll of 3. Three-of-a-kind WMD. It's going to take out my last 2 remaining territories and compromise my leader.
Compromised.
2 actions to go. It's just going to take three-of-a-kind with a force to beat me here. Oh, it's a trio of intel cards. Gonna mill my arsenal there, sending 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. My turn. 1. Brutal. Just brutal. Okay, oh. Play an underwater mines card. And that'll end my turn. It's going to take three-of-a-kind with a force to beat me here. I've got a compromised leader. We'll see what my opponent rolls. It's a 4. Will this be it? Three-of-a-kind intel. That's going to clear everything out of my war zone. 1 action to go here for my opponent for this turn. It's a force card. My turn. 5. Morale, but that doesn't really benefit me at this point. I mean, I could play it, but my opponent's not going to have a compromised leader that way. And yet, I mean, what else am I going to do at this point? Triple extended assembly hours. You're working overtime, pal. So my opponent's morale is down to 2, but again, it's three-of-a-kind force there would have taken out the vast hinterland and been more effective to that end, but that's not what happened. I'll play a pair of underwater mines, and that's going to end my turn. Just going to take three-of-a-kind of a force to beat me here. A compromised leader. It's a 2. So three-of-a-kind weather means an extra turn. 1 action to go here. My opponent just needs 1 trio of force cards. There's a force card right there. Revenge Super Carrier in gold. My goodness, what a card. And a G-Force. Look at that. Uh-oh. Yeah. Ogling the card. It's three-of-a-kind force to beat me. That's the match. Alright, congratulations. Joker gets the win. Alright. Alright, so Joker, please let me know which wax address you'd like me to send a prize to, and we'll get that going here in just a second. We'll go over to the Warsaken prize wheel. So now it's a 1 in 49 chance at any given item on there. That includes a loot pack. Gave away a loot pack on the last broadcast I had of Warsaken Blitz last Thursday. If I do this correctly, making sure the correct scene is chosen in OBS Studio. And here we go. There's the prize given away before. Remove that. And you're looking at 1 in 49. I'll take a quick sorting here to show you what we have. 3 epics. A loot pack I mentioned. We're talking about 25 super rares. The Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Then 10 ultra rares, 10 very rares. That's what you're looking at here. All right, thank you, Joker. I've got this written down here. It's very important this go to the right place. Okay. Making sure I had this written down here correctly. Backspace on that screen that you can't see. We're going to get the spin going here. Going to give us a few shuffles. All right, Joker, good luck. Here we go. It's an epic. You got an epic. Epic 00 Black Blade number 82. Congrats. Quadrills Art, hello. All right, congratulations. So the epic is yours. Sit tight, Joker, and I'll get that sent to you right now. We'll pull it up and show everybody here live on stream. And then we'll get going with our next match. I'll make a note in the memo, NashvilleLou Live prize and today's date. I've got the right one written down here so that when I go through later, keep track of everything. The right card associated with the right prize giveaway. Okay, so we'll get that sent over to you right now, Joker. We'll pull it up on stream. I'll go ahead and hit next to Dr. Zeus, ready with that code. I'll get to you in just a second with that. First, a brief look at the slate. Make sure it went through properly. Due diligence and such. And it did. Here we go. Congratulations to the Joker. 69696. You get the 00 Black Blade, number 82. That's an epic. There are only 100 of these in existence. This one is yours. Congratulations. All right. I've got the code here. Dr. Zeus, we'll go ahead and get our next match going of Warsaken Blitz here, NashvilleLou Live. Blitz is a lot of fun to play. It's a lot of fun to live stream. Again, this is a new pickup for me with Ziano, this leader with a 21 starting morale. If you're going to use one of these, you have to make sure you need like a vast hinterland that will take you down -1 morale so that you start with an even 20. That might, if you don't get one of these cards, you don't have to worry about that part of it, but just want to make note of it if anybody sees this watching later wondering how or why. That's how it works. All right. Okay, so my notes. Like, it really does come in handy later to keep track of who I played when. This is a nice start here. Only the one building card, so that more than one early, I can kind of get in the way. One is fine to have. I'm just fine with this. 3 sets of 2, okay. Keep it. My opponent rolls a 5. And for people that aren't familiar, wonder what it looks like at the bottom if you don't have my overlay on top of it, that's what it looks like. But that's the most inconspicuous spot that I can put my logo and photo there. Alright, so a pair of WMDs while I've been out there looking things over with the overlay. It's a roll of 6. But at least with this, is wide open as far as my war zone goes. Plenty of stuff to fill it up with. Start with 2 of a kind with the cheetahs. 2 of a kind with the private Saravets. 2 sets of 2 with force cards, which is what really matters for Blitz, that category. And then with a pair of sent architectural plans, intel cards. And that's going to end my turn. My opponent rolls a 3. 3 of a kind force will take out one of my territories. So I'm down to 3 territories. That WMD 2 of a kind sitting out there looming. 1. Oof. You see why I don't like to start with too many buildings? You only started with 1. Now I've got 3, but they're 3 that are just kind of sitting there. As it is, I want to keep that 4th spot open, so I'm going to not use that 1 action, and that'll end my turn. It's a roll of 1 for my opponent. No play for my opponent there. Interesting with my 2 intel cards out there. I think there is a certain thought to not have 3 of a kind out there if you can help it. At least early in a match. So to use this here is somewhat wasteful, but that's a double WMD staring me down. So I think even though I'm only able to take out 2 as opposed to 3 if there were 3 out there, I'm still going to do it. I could make my opponent discard 3. That's an option. Make them discard 3 from their hand or mill 6 from their arsenal. But I'm going to go ahead and bounce. You know, it's not the best as far as the value goes, but it takes out a couple of key cards there, that WMD. Now, if your opponent plays a building card, they can bring that back, and that might happen. We'll see. But I needed to make some room as it was. I have 4 actions to take here. Nothing else makes 3 of a kind. So it's kind of situation. We'll go with overtime production. And I'll have 2 actions remaining that I won't use. I'll just forego those and end my turn. Oh, interesting downtown detail. So your daughter 7 has played you 5 times in Blitz today. How does she like it? There's 3 of a kind weather. That gives you the option of either getting 3 extra actions in the current turn, or the one you'll mostly use is the +1 turn, an extra roll the die that you get immediately. So it's a pair of force cards. She loves it. That's awesome. That's great. I think Blitz is wonderful in many ways. It's very much a social game that you can play at a more casual pace than you can with a lot of games. There's a roll of a 6. Look out. But because you're talking about categories, once you get the basics of that down with intel, force, WMD, etc., building cards, like it's a lot easier to avoid getting way down to the minutia, that fine detail. There's plenty of that. Look at that. So the intel taking one each off the top there with my cards in the war zone. And there's a pair of force cards, and that's going to do it for that turn. That's great. All right, rolling a 1, not so great. I'll actually pull up this morale card to free up the space that I might need for the next turn. Nothing better to use there at that point. And that ends my turn. Roll 2 for my opponent. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. The automated matchmaker is a work in progress. That's why I'm so grateful to the Warsaken community for supporting my live streaming here on these Thursday shows. Get these queues with people ready to go. That's the big challenge with a game like this. It's not against the computer opponent. It's not the same. Again, it's like with blockchain brawlers, the human element. I talked about that a lot with that game. It's true as well with Blitz. You are to a large degree playing your opponent. So a couple of options here. I'm going to play the intel cards here. Staring down 3 sets of 2.
Select target.
All's fair and turnaround. Happened to me.
Select target. Select target.
And again, this WMD out here going after this as well. So some defense with the intel cards. Now I've got... But it's so risky. If I put those 2 out there, that's a huge target. If my opponent rolls a 3 or higher, has intel that can be played. So that's a risk. Now here's where it's handy that I open up that 3rd spot there on my war zone. Instead, I'll go with a pair of guard towers here. And that's going to end my turn. That's fine. Great to keep you entertained. Roll of a 6. There's a second force card there. I do think using the intel in that last turn, I think that worked out for me there. We'll see. Oh, there's 2 sets of 2 that would have been sets of 3 if I hadn't played the intel, so I'll take it. Nevertheless, the threat's present. There's 2 of a kind building cards. That building trio can allow my opponent to go back into the discard pile and find those matches that got given the heave-ho by me earlier. But it's my turn. 1. I'm not going to use the action here. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open and end the turn. It's a 1 for my opponent. Wow. Interesting. But no action taken by my opponent. My turn. 2. Of course. Of course. Of course. Well, at this point, I'll put the capture leaders out there. Let's see what happens. 2. Three of a kind with the building cards. That 3rd WMD matching card's about to get, I imagine, pulled out of the trash bin over there, the discard pile. And if so, that's going to take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories. Three of a kind with a force there, which is interesting. My turn. 6. All right. I have the morale cards down there. The WMD, I only need to play one of those. That's obvious. The building cards is where it gets interesting. Well, I need to actually look at this here for a moment. I'll be able to bring back 3 to my hand. Cheetah, got the private vet. Problem though, yeah, I got the 3rd cheetah right there. So I'll go get a cheetah. Let's go and get those. I think I'll do that. But first things first, I'll play my WMD. I could be taking any chances with that beyond what I need to. -4 morale, golden farmlands. -4 morale, Fermi energy plants. My opponent has 12 morale. 2 territories remain. Play the trio of terrifying storms to get the extra turn. There's the extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Guard tower. Turn 3 to my hand. Cheetah. Private vet. Overtime production. 1 action to go for this turn. The cheetah. Extra turn. 4. Play the cheetah. Whoa. Okay. Click the button correctly. St. Purcell Harbor. Overtime production. And my opponent down 2 morale. Opponent rolls a 4. Three of a kind with a WMD. I'm going to have a compromised leader. So the pair of WMDs on the board aren't a threat at this point. Those pair of forces sitting out there definitely are, though. Let's see. What do we have here? 2. 2. Private Sarah Vet. Non-aggression treaty. And that's going to end my turn. 3. My opponent just needs 3 of a kind with a force to beat me here. Will this do it? There's 2. There's 3. That's going to do it. All right, congratulations. All right, Dr. Zoo's victorious, so please let me know which wax address you'd like me to send that to as far as this prize we're about to find for you here on the Warsaken prize wheel. We'll get that pulled up here in just a moment. I'll go ahead and next. It'll be just a moment before we get to the next matchup, but to give ample warning. All right, so Nathan, we'll get to you in a moment, but first to the prize wheel. Prize wheel presented in part by my land and alien worlds, Neri 3616. Last spin of the wheel, we gave away an epic at Black Blade. Remove that. We're now looking at 1 out of 48 with the spins here. So there's 2 epics still on the wheel. Loot pack still on the wheel. Super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, provided by Sean IOP. Ultra rares and the very rares. All right, Natha, thank you for the code. We'll get started with that in just a moment. Okay. We'll give this a few shuffles. All right, Dr. Zeus, good luck to you. Hope you get something you like here. It's an epic. Epic Sanctuary number 72. Congrats. All right. So back-to-back epics. All right. I'll go ahead and pull this up now. Get this sent out and we'll show it off here in just a moment. Epic Sanctuary. Only 100 of these exist. And actually it says number 72. And again, there is, please allow some variance if I have an inadvertent typo. It's actually number 71. So slightly better as far as the mint number goes. So if you see 71 instead of 72 and wonder why, human element can play. So an even better one hopefully that you'll like here. Make a note here. Epic Sanctuary. Alright, so we'll get this set up to go out right now. And we'll pull it up and show it off here, and then we'll get the next match going here in just a moment. Okay. So there we have it. Congratulations. Congrats, I'm happy for you. Like, I play every match to win, but I'm thrilled to give away prizes. This one's a good one. This Sanctuary. Again, only 100 of these exist. This one is yours. Congratulations. All right. We'll get things going with our next matchup here in just a moment. We'll have this matchup, then about a 5-minute break, and we'll keep it going. Having a blast playing here. All right. Real quick, want to make mention of this giveaway I'm doing right now. I had thought that Moobot, I was going to try that out here today. Trying to be ambitious with my live streaming endeavors. And I'm the longtime sports broadcaster that's tried to adapt to the world of live streaming and Twitch. So it's an interesting perspective. I've learned so much from watching a wide variety of people stream it. So with this, I'm going to have to go through and collect it all as far as the names go. But the first 50 people that follow me here on Twitch, getting the Warsaken loot, get that 200 loot card there, the Blockchain Brawlers taunt card pack. Getting excited for next week. Game Fest. Also for my NashvilleLou collection. Municipal Auditorium, got 615. Hype for big show coming up next week. 615 Day in Nashville. Falls on Thursday. So that should be a lot of fun along with the stuff going on with Game Fest. So much going on. And that replica floppy disk there for NashvilleLou Live promotionally. So exclamation point, giveaway, in chat. Be sure to include your wax address so I know where to send it. And I'll get all those sent out after the live stream is over. So, Soul the Cat, I understand. Believe me, I can empathize on headaches. Oh my goodness. I can empathize on that. So if that's... So if you have to bow out, I certainly understand. So here we go now. Nath, I know you sent me a code. We'll get that typed in right now. And this is going to be the last match of the hour before I take that 5-minute or so break.
Warsaken.
Okay, hope you feel better. Headaches are no fun. Okay. So you take such a chance with a mulligan because you don't know what you're going to get. I only have the one building taken up here, which works for me. These two at least match. That's good enough for me. We'll keep it. And I get to go first. 6. Oh. Aside from going after somebody's arsenal aggressively, I think nothing really irks players in Warsaken Blitz quite like getting hit with an intel that makes you have to discard 3 of your opening 8 cards right out of the gate. Can't bounce anything, the war zone's empty. I could mill, go after my opponent's arsenal, but instead, it's a very cynical play. You gotta discard 3 of your 8 when your opponent does what I just played right there. 3 actions to go for this turn. We'll go with a pair of the force cards. Again, for the purposes of Blitz, they have the same effect. So it doesn't matter if it's the Tiger or it's the Romans prototype. We'll go with the Romans here. And again, this makes it where it's easy for new players to learn how it works on like from like a categorical standpoint. What the forces versus WMDs and intel. That way you're not getting just completely bogged down with information. We'll play 1 Tiger there, and that's going to end my turn. So, Nathan with a roll of 1. A force card played, and that will end my opponent's turn. My turn. 1. Play the second Z-27 Tiger. That ends my turn. It's a roll of 5 for my opponent. But next week's going to be exciting with the Game Fest coming up. So we'll have a lot with Warsaken Blitz, a lot with blockchain brawlers. I mean, it's right in my wheelhouse. I love it. And hopefully for both games, this will bring in a lot of new players. Because both games will thrive best, and have thrived best, when you have that one after another to play against. Thriving quite nicely, my opponent over there. 3 sets of 2 in that war zone opposite me. Roll a 6. All right. I keep talking about this in streams, not having Fire in the Fields and Violent Tornado in the same deck. And yet here we go again. Z-27 Tiger.
Select target.
So I'll take out one of my opponent's 4 territories. We'll go after the Dryton oil fields. Five actions to go for me for this turn. We'll play a pair of Violent Tornadoes. Green button, that green outline button there on the side plays both of them for you. 3 actions to go here. Play a pair of guard towers. I have 1 action to go here, but I'm not going to use it. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, and I'll end my turn. My opponent rolled a 6. Well, I did sneak a peek and we got discarded after I played that early intel. Oh. A 1. Man, they don't like to let you off the hook when you would peek into your opponent's... I mean, you're allowed to do it. It's not against the rules. It's kind of funny the way that plays out. Not so funny rolling a 1 there with nothing to make 3 of a kind. And while these two match, I don't want to fill up that 4th spot in my war zones. Man, the turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. My opponent rolls a 1. It's a building card played by my opponent. Building card lets you either take 6 cards from your discard pile and shuffle them into your arsenal, or you pick 3 cards from your discard pile and bring them to your hand. It's a 5. I rolled a 5. Here we go. Okay. Proper order on this. You got the intels, you got the weathers. But there's only 5 actions for this turn. Smart plays play the trio of weathers first. And you could take +3 actions, but that's seldom. Usually want that +1 turn when it comes to weather. So I've got 2 actions to go for this turn. But I know that I can make 3 of a kind with control the message. And even if I roll a 1 for my +1 turn, that's all I need to play that trio of control the message cards. But the important thing was playing the weather first. It doesn't work the other way around. If a day late and $1 short, there's a 6. That'll play. Okay. I can play the intel and knock off 1 of each as far as those 2 of a kinds out there opposite me. I think I'll start with that. Knowing I can still have 3 of a kind here with the weather, but I can get to that. I've got 6 actions I can take here. So I'm going to bounce 3 for my opponents. It's their legion, their forces out there, but from their war zone. The area is referred to in the game. We'll go 1 of each with the pairs of 2.
Select target. Select target.
So 1 of each. Force, intel, force. And you can tell by the insignia there on the card. Your force cards look like that. Intel. That globe. Look. 5 actions to go for me here. So now, again, go with the weathers first, knowing that, yes, 3 of a kind with the forces. Let's go ahead and get 3 of a kind with the weathers. I've got the guard tower there as well. We'll get to that. The +1 turn. Or just stacking them up. Guard tower. Here's where I could... If somebody's going after your arsenal, you're getting milled. I have been able to save myself in a match with that, but usually +3 to your hand. I'm going to go with the Tigers. 1 action to go. Remember, I still have 1 more turn that I get to take here, thanks to that trio of weather cards. Tiger. Extra turn number 2. Let's see what this gets me. It's a 3, which is good, so at least I can play the Tigers. And I don't need 4 of a kind, but I've got them. So we'll play 2 of these here. Even though the little green outline button on the side, you only need 3 of a kind. 4 of a kind doesn't do anything for you.
Select target.
At least not in Blitz. So we'll take out Bancare Island. One action to go here. My opponent's been, come on. Never-ending turn. Got 2 spots open out there in my war zone. We'll fill 1 of them up with a John Rider, and finally my turn comes to an end. Natha gets to go. And it's a roll of 1. Wow. So 2 of a kind there with the building cards. I roll a 2. Play the pair of John Riders. Already have 1 out there.
Select target.
Go after the Port of Carmasani. And that's it for my turn. Roll of 2 for my opponent, Natha. Tough luck with the rolls. There's 3 of a kind with the building cards. Yeah, the intel. Some of those forces. Intel was targeted in part there. One more action to go for this turn. There's 2 of a kind with that intel. 6. All right, I'm going to win the match right here. Play the Romans prototype.
Select target.
We'll take out the 4th and final territory for my opponent.
Leader compromised.
When your opponent has a compromised leader in Warsaken Blitz, you just need 3 of a kind with a force to get the win. I have 5 actions to go here. I can play 3 of a kind with the L1 needle to get the win.
Select target.
Choose my opponent's leader, eliminate, and that's the match.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right. Natha, good game. So I'm going to take about a 5-6 minute break here. Musical Man, on the other side of this break, you'll be up next. Before I go to break, I want to make mention at this giveaway I'm doing, and I had set up MooBot. The things I didn't expect to say in 2023, but here we are. But MooBot didn't want to cooperate as far as getting it to work. So it's just exclamation point giveaway in chat if you want to be in on this. If you have a wax address, I need to know what that is as well, so please include that. So that's exclamation point giveaway. It's the first 50 people in. And the only caveat, only request is that I ask that you follow me on here. Doesn't cost anything. So as long as you do that, we should be good. So hopefully, I don't think we'll necessarily have 50 on the list for today, but as soon as I'm done with the broadcast, I'll go through and get everything sent out to all the people that participated. Appreciate that greatly. If there's a token of my appreciation, got the upcoming Game Fest, so it's like the Win Worlds collide for me between Warsaken Blitz and Blockchain Brawler. So a good excuse for me to give away some from both of that. A little something, but just a little token there, along with work from my NashvilleLou collection. 615 day limited edition giveaways from the last couple of years. Getting hyped for that. That's coming up next Thursday. And then a replica floppy disk image there with NashvilleLou Live. It's a promotional item. So that's what we've got with the giveaway. We take about a 5-6 minute break here. On the other side of the break, we'll continue with live player versus player matches, Warsaken Blitz. We've already given away 2 epic cards. We've still got that loot pack out there on the prize wheel. All sorts of fun ahead. You want to play. The queue's 8 deep right now, but now's your chance to get in. Exclamation point join. Type that in chat. All right, so Musical Man, let's see. What's this question here? Tournaments we'll be doing for that week. Well, I believe I'll have at least 4 broadcasts I know of in the next 2 weeks. I'll go into more specifics on the other side of the break. There's a tease for you. Like back my radio days again. Hanging around for the stop set. But now I'll be back in just a few minutes. We'll continue here. More Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. Having a blast playing here. Back in just a few. Stay tuned. All right. As we approach top of the hour, get back out here with some more Warsaken Blitz live player versus player matches. Again, a reminder, we've got a giveaway going on today. People here in chat, just exclamation point giveaway. MooBot still is not cooperating with me. And I think that's going to be a battle I'll have to fight another day. So I'm going to go through these, to the chat here right after I'm done with this broadcast and collect everyone's name. And make sure, please, include your wax address. I know where to send it. You send it that 200 Warsaken loot card. You can turn it into 200 loot. Blockchain Brawlers taunt card pack. Part of my NashvilleLou collection. Municipal Auditorium got 615 day giveaways. NashvilleLou Live replica floppy disk. all sorts of fun and interesting items. So that's for anyone interested. Exclamation point giveaway in chat. Just make sure to include your wax address and we'll get that sent to you right after this broadcast is over. Now, here we go. Thank you, Alucard 17209, joining us here today. Let me go ahead and scroll up here to see. Talking with Musical Man before the break about tournaments coming up. So it's Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. And there's still some specifics to be ironed out. Actually, hang on 1 second for me here. Stand by, please. Just one moment. Sorry about that. Okay, so Musical Man. Let's see. I don't know if you sent a code. Scroll up. But if you could, please send a code, Musical Man. If you haven't, we'll go ahead and get that going here in a moment. Vago Mundo Zero, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, Musical Man, if you're there, please let me know. Ready for a code, please. So, some of the times are still getting ironed out as far as for next week, but the 13th in particular is going to be, I think, an interesting day for Warsaken Blitz. And the blockchain brawlers, I know, line up do some sort of hosting and streaming of some sort. Still get all the particulars figured out on that, but I'll have it here for you right here on my channel. NashvilleLou. Uh-oh. Cat that was being a keyboard protector. Cats love to do run-ins. I've noticed. I don't have a cat, but I'm thinking about all the different podcasts through the years. It's hilarious to me. Cats can be fascinating creatures. And if they're going to hog the keyboard, I mean, you know, you kind of have to find a way to motivate a cat with positive motivation, and that can be tough when you try to motivate to not do something. Oh, there we go. There's the code. I'm here talking about cats instead of typing. It's the camo deck.
Warsaken.
All right, taking on Musical Man. Here we go. Oh, got a pair that match there, just the one building card. Pretty decent mix. I'll keep it. Or 5 for my opponent. So 2 sets of 2 with the force cards for my opponent. 1 action to go for this turn. That's a weather card. My turn. All right, a roll of 5. Plenty of room there. All 4 spots in my war zone are open. Play a pair of Specialist Dexter Smiths. 2 of the same Force card there. Pair of weather cards, the Lasting Blizzard. So I have 2 spots open and 1 action to go for the turn. And I'll play an Extended Assembly Hours. And that'll end my turn. All right, Mr. Dr. Johnson V2 with a follow. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate greatly the follows. People taking the time to play me. You're live on stream. That makes all the difference, having people to play against one after another. I tend to enjoy those games the most. Roll the 1. So not a great draw for me there. I can play the second Extended Assembly Hour, so I'll do that here, and that's going to end my turn. That's a morale card. You get 3 of a kind with morale. You can knock 6 off your opponent's morale or add 3 to your own. Three of a kind force for my opponent. It's going to take out one of my territories. In Warsaken Blitz, you have 1 leader, 4 territories, and then your arsenal, 60 cards with the rest. So down to 3 territories, but it's my turn. 5. Alright. So we'll start with a trio of weather cards, this Lasting Blizzard. And I'll take the extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. So the extra turn awaits, but first we have, what is it, 4 actions we can take here. Extended Assembly Hours is going to be -6 to my opponent's morale. And if you are facing a morale attack, you can add 3 to yours that way, but in this case, going after my opponent's. Goes from a 19 to a 13. I have 3 actions I can take for this turn, 3 spots open in my war zone area. So we'll go with a pair of Nameless Soldiers. 2 sets of 2 with Force cards out there, 1 action to take for this turn. We'll go with Clever Hijack. Now the extra turn. 3. Alright. Clever Hijack. Play 2 of those to match the 1 out there. And you can mill 6 cards in your opponent's arsenal, send that to their discard pile. You can force them to discard 3, but I'm going to bounce 3 here. 1 each. Take 1 off the top.
Select target.
The Specialist. The S21R.
Select target.
And the Captured Leader. Bounce. Those cards go to my opponent's discard pile. I have 1 more action I can take here for this round. And I'll play Instigated Riots. And that's going to end my turn. So I'll roll a 3 for my opponent. Three of a kind weather means an extra turn for my opponent here. A roll of 1. My opponent pulled their remaining WMD card back off the board to end their turn. My turn. 1. Oh. I'll play the second Instigated Riots to match the 1 out there already, and that's going to end my turn. It's a roll of 5 for my opponent. Three of a kind force. I'm down to 2 territories after this. 3 actions to go here for my opponent. There's a pair of WMDs. And then an intel card. Now it's my turn. 6. Okay. Play the intel card here. Instigator riots. I'll bounce 3. Bounce 3 cards again.
Select target.
Specialist. 1 of the captured leaders.
Target.
And the Scent Architectural Plan. 2 spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for this turn. I can play a 3 of a kind here with a Selfless Hero. And finally, take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
It's the Fermi Energy Plants. Two actions to go for me for this turn. Two sets of 2 already out there with a force. Play a pair of propaganda cards. That will end my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. It's a roll of 6 by my opponent. Three of a kind WMD. I'm going to have a compromised leader.
Compromised.
If my opponent has 3 of a kind force here, it's going to be it. That's it. I'm going to lose the match right here. All right, congratulations. Musical Man victorious. Good game. All right, congratulations, Musical Man. We'll get to the Warsaken prize wheel in just a moment. All right, here's the Warsaken prize wheel. Had back-to-back epics given away. So we'll sort it and give a quick look at what's on the wheel. 1 in 47 are the odds now for any given entry here. There's 1 epic left. Got that loot pack that I added today for my own collection. Loot pack from 03. That's the super rares. The Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. All these ultra rares. And then the very rares. All right, Musical Man. We'll get some shuffles here. And we'll give it a spin. Good luck. All right, super rare underwater mines, number 491. Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and hit next. So, Rexy, you'll be up in just a moment. First things first, though, get that sent out to you, Musical Man. The super rare underwater mines, number 491. And I presume is that S4 SSM for you, Musical Man. Trying to keep track of people that I play against on a regular basis. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, good. Got sent to you right now. Loading a NashvilleLou live prize for today's date. Helps if I go to the right spot, though, doesn't it? Wouldn't do very much good if I sent you the wrong prize. That's why I double check these things. I mean, part of me is like, it goes against my every instinct with this being a live broadcast. Part of it is like, well, this is a very important part of it, is the fulfillment. And that's why my prize wallet is called Fulfillments with an S on the end. I know some people do this part of it live on stream. I assure you it's easier this way with my current configurations. We're going to send, I'll show it off here in just a second. That's part of the fun of it anyway. It's one of the things I didn't think about when I was getting started with it as far as it being a showcase, but there's so much great artwork in Warsaken. We want to get that sent out right now. Once that's sent out, we'll get it pulled up here live on stream and show it off. Then we'll get going with our next match. Be here in just a moment. Rono10, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right. I mean, for me, it's worked out well this way. Just I like to show off the. That's the idea. To make sure, okay, did they get what they were told they were going to get? And that's an important part of it. But it's also showing it off too. There's some great artwork. All right, thank you, Rexy, for the code. We'll get that going here in just a second. So congratulations, Musical Man. There it is. That super rare Underwater Mines, number 491. That camo. There it is. Congratulations. Okay, so no sound, just watching for Rono. So, but okay. Thank you for joining us. Well, here, I know for some people you can watch but not listen, and sometimes it's vice versa, and I try and keep that in mind for these broadcasts. So we'll get our next match going here in just a moment. Already got the code from Rexy, just a matter of me getting the, making sure I don't go too fast with it here. I want to also, before we get started with the next match, if you haven't yet, go ahead and chat exclamation point giveaway. MooBot isn't working for me today. So just suffice to say, I'll have to go through this when it's said and done and collect the names and the addresses. I'll be glad to do that. I will do that as soon as we're done here. I've got 50 of these prize packs, so the first 50 people in, just exclamation point giveaway. Make sure you include your wax address so I know where to send it. You'll be getting that 200 Warsaken loot card there, the Blockchain Brawlers Taunt card pack. Getting artwork from the NashvilleLou collection, 615 limited run collectibles from the last couple of years. 615 days coming up next Thursday. Man, next week we're gonna have a blast. So much fun with these tournaments. And then 615 day on Thursday, big celebration for Nashville. We're gonna have some fun here with that. So giveaways for that, exclamation point giveaway, and just make sure you include your wax wallet address in there. And we'll get that taken care of here as soon as this broadcast is finished. So with that in mind, now I can go ahead and type in the code that I got from Rexy, and we'll get things going. Well, thank you, Musical Man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Look, sometimes there are people, like, if you're in a spot where maybe you can watch from time to time and you can't necessarily have the sound going. Certainly understand that. All right.
Warsaken.
Okay, well, Rexy, I know I've got your address, so we'll be good on that, but thank you for the heads up on it. I've got 50 of everything already transferred over to my Fulfillments wallet, so it's ready to send out. Okay. This is good enough to keep, I think, right here. Just the one building card. That really is an important part of it to me. It's two right here that match. We'll keep it. All right, so Rexy rolls a 3. Okay, here we go. 3. Well, wide open as far as my war zone goes. We'll go with a pair of freezing rainstorms. We'll play push through a morale card. And that'll be it for this turn. So a 4 rolled by Rexy. Now 3 sets of 2 out there. The war zone. 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind intel, and 2 of a kind force. You can tell by the insignia there, the logo on the card. My turn. 5. And you see why I try to avoid building cards early. Because until you can use them, they just take up space. We'll play the second push through to match the one I played in the last turn. 4 actions to go here. I'll probably only take 2 of them. Stolen blueprints, play 2 of these. And while I'll have 2 actions remaining, I'm going to forego them in the turn. It's a 5. Three of a kind intel. Probably mean 1 of each for my cards out in the war zone right now. And that's exactly what we have. So 1 each off the top. All 3 of those sent my discard pile. And there's a pair of weather cards to end the turn for my opponent, Rexy. In a strong spot, 3. Okay, well, play the trio of building cards and we'll go a little bit of retrieval. See, suddenly it's a blessing to have those building cards, well, to use them. It makes you click 1 at a time. It's part of it, even though it's only 3, it's just how it goes. But that's it for my turn. And there's my opponent. A really strong front there. 4 sets of 2, but it's a roll of 1. Only 1 action here. Now, a weather card, 3 of a kind, would mean an extra turn. Instead, no play. Wow, my turn. 1. Oh, back out there again. Freezing rainstorm. And that's it for my turn. It's a 5. My opponent rolled a 5. Three of a kind force. I'm down to 3 territories. That's the way it works in Warsaken Blitz. A force takes out 1 of your territories. 3 of a kind intel. Here we go again. I presume my war zone legion's going to be targeted. I could go after my arsenal there, but instead, indeed it is. I only have the 1 weather card out there right now. Tough spot. A pair of force cards there for my opponent, and then a standalone force card to end the turn. My turn. 5. Easy enough choice there with Igor.
Select target.
Drighton oil fields. So we each have 3 territories now. 2 actions to go for me for this turn. There is Z27 Tigers. That's going to end my turn. Roll 3 for my opponent. So a pullback by Rexy, opening up a spot in the war zone. 2 actions to go. There's a pair of WMDs. That looks like trouble. 1. Well, it's a different kind of trouble. But for the short term, play propaganda. And now into my turn. My opponent rolls a 1. Three of a kind with a WMD. Gonna take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories. So it's my turn now, but I only have 1 territory remaining. 5. This will even things up here. Now the smart play is to go with the weathers first. That way I get the extra turn locked in. I can play 2 of the WMDs, and even if I roll a 1 with my extra turn, I can still play 3 of a kind. If we do it the other way, it doesn't work out as well. So we'll start with that. Want that extra turn. So 2 actions to go for this hand. I'll play 2 of these EMP discharges, knowing at worst it'll be a roll of 1 for the next extra turn, and I'll still be able to play it here. I won't be at risk of getting hit with an intel. Now the extra turn. 6. Well now. Well, in this case, having the double WMD doesn't really help me because you can only play at most 1 per match in Warsaken Blitz, but here's 3 of a kind with the EMP.
Select target.
Fermi energy plants. Golden farmlands. Rexy says, I'm dead, I think. LOL. Well, never say never in this game. 5 actions to go for this turn. Let me think for a second here. Okay, I don't need to worry about the propaganda card. I'm just going to play the 3 of a kind here with the Nathan Smith Metallurgist.
Select target.
So I'm going to take out the last remaining territory for my opponent.
Compromised.
Compromised leader for my opponent, but it's not enough to win. Not yet. A little tricky here because I'm actually going to... I'm going to pull the propaganda because that doesn't do anything to help me at this point. Morale, I don't have any... The only thing I need now is 3 of a kind with a force. I can play 1 here, so there's some risk to doing it that way, though. But I don't have 3 of a kind of it, so it's not that much risk. That's my opponent's turn. It's a 6. Look out. Three of a kind force cards. I'm going to have a compromised leader. There's another 3 of a kind force for Rexy. I'm going to lose it right here. That might be what we're looking at. Let's see. 3 more actions to go. There it is. That's the match.
Defeated.
All right. Congratulations, Rexy. Victorious. All right. So Rexy, we'll go ahead and head over to the Warsaken prize wheel here in just a moment. Let's find out what you won. We will find out. Okay, so I'll make sure to switch the scene over to the prize wheel. We'll check that out. So we'll remove the prize from the most recent spin, that super rare underwater mines number 491 off the board. Now we have 1 in 46 chances for all this. So let's sort it real quick. We'll run through everything again, and we'll take a spin and find out, Rexy, what you're going to win. So there's one epic left. We've already given away 2 epics on this show. So there's one left of those. Loot pack. That sounds familiar to you, Rexy. Loot pack on the wheel. Bunch of super rares. Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5. Again, thanks to Sean IOP for providing that. Ultra rares. The very rares. All right, Rexy, here we go. Give it some shuffles for you here. Bunch of them. We'll give it a spin. Good luck. All right, it's a super rare S21R number 453. Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and hit next as I get this prize ready to send your way. In the Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my land and Alien World's Nary 3616. I'm going to head now to my fulfillments wallet. Fulfillments with an S on the end. I'll make sure to make note of it here. I have to be careful not to lose track of my matches here. You should know, okay, I lost to Rexy here, and it's the super rare S21R, number 453. So, Rexy, the Rexinator123, I presume, is the same one you want. Yes, as you've already put it in chat before I even saw it. It's nice when that works out. Alright, had to find it here in my list in my fulfillments wallet. So we'll get that sent right now. And we'll get that next match going here in just a second here with Warsaken Blitz. NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. That super rare S21R number 453. We'll get that sent over to you here in just a moment. All right. Delvis, I've got that code from you. We'll get that in just a second. Thank you for that. And there it is. Congratulations, Rexy. S21R. Super rare camo, 1 of 500. This one is yours. Congratulations on the victory and the prize. Thank you. Thanks to everybody who's been playing. It makes all the difference having people to support the game and play. It's so much fun. So we'll get this next match going up here in just a moment. Also, I'm going to make mention of a giveaway going on today. MooBot's not cooperating, so I have to go through and do this manually later. I don't mind it at all, though. I'm enjoying this, giving away stuff, and getting ready for next week, Game Fest. Got Warsaken and Blockchain Brawlers When Worlds Collide. So I've got some of both being given away here. It's exclamation point giveaway in chat. Just need to have a wax wallet. Make sure the only stipulation is that you follow me on here. If you can do that, and it's free to do that. So if you do that, you help me out a little bit. And you get some cool stuff here from the NashvilleLou collection. You got the 615. Getting excited for that 615 day next week, June 15th. It's become a fun new tradition here in the Nashville area. I'll explain more about that next week as we celebrate 615 Day. And of course, that NashvilleLou Life floppy disk there for promotional reasons. So go ahead and bring the slate back up for just a moment. Let's get ready to go for, this will be the last match before I take a break. So one more match to go here. Hey, what's going on? Yeah. Hello. Yeah, from Novo Pangea. Love Novo Pangea. I'd like to mention it in passing and be doing it an injustice, but Novo Pangea is a really cool game that has a lot of elements that I find very interesting. So very cool stuff with that. So let me go and get the code here typed in. This is where my multitasking skills, I think, get put to the test a bit. Gotta keep focus here, make sure. Let's see. There we go, there's the code. All right, I'm just gonna take the slate down and make sure to have that down. And we'll go to the camo deck.
Warsaken.
Been streaming here more as of late. Remember, longtime TV news producer, sports broadcaster. So I come to this with a different outlook than a lot of people, but yet I've learned so much because the rules of television don't necessarily apply here. In some cases they do. I think there's try and take advantage of the flexibility and the new things that are possible. I don't have anything that matches here. Only the one building, so there's some risk. I'm gonna take the mulligan. Okay, that worked out. Just the one building still. I got a couple of pair, which is that works out for me. We'll keep it. That second mulligan's dangerous. You don't know what you're gonna get. Your opponent gets an extra card, and you're stuck with whatever it is that you for the second mulligan. So we'll keep this one, and my opponent starts. Like for me, there's no substitute to live in-person sports in some cases, at least. Men's lacrosse, which I had never called before last year and had never seen in person before last year. Got pressed in basically emergency service when the University of the South made the NCAA tournament in men's lacrosse. There's 3-of-a-kind WMD. I'm talking about past accolades of broadcasting. About to pick a hit with a blast, taking out 2 of my territories. But I got to call men's lacrosse this past season for Swanee Tigers. Had a wonderful time with that. American football is great fun to call as well. But I tell you what, there are some games that are a lot of fun to live stream. Warsaken Blitz. It's a game that allows you to be very social. I mean, it's got enough to keep you going. You're not going to get bored playing it. There's 2 and 1, 3 cards in total for my opponent. I rolled a 1, so not exactly a lot option-wise. Nothing in my war zone, so it's wide open out there. I'll play a selfless hero, and that will end the turn. Yeah, no Pangea. I've got land and buildings and all that, and workers in the Shadow Realm, and I've got a lot over the water. So that's been fun. I love seeing what's possible with these new games, and streaming, I think, is going to help people having fun. That genuine emotion that you can't buy. That I think will come through. I mean, when people are having fun, you can't really fake that sort of thing. So here we go. This will be 2-of-a-kind with the selfless heroes. 4 more actions for me to take this turn. Play a pair of specialist Dexter Smiths. Again, the important thing with Blitz is the category. These are a pair of force cards each. The specifics on the cards themselves. And again, the simplified version of Blitz, here's 2 weather cards. So weather cards do a different thing, but like the tsunami and the lasting blizzard, for the purposes of Warsaken Blitz, they function the same. And so it makes it easy for people that are new to this to learn how the game works and learn about the various cards without getting overwhelmed by it. And And they're all, people have taken, like, it's amazing to me in a good way, like seeing what's possible. You got people like Quadrails Art who play 4 people at once. I'm like, look, I'm lucky to play one at a time and make it make sense. But it's cool to see, like, wow, that's impressive. 4 at a time match, or even 2 at a time. And some people, they go with a music approach. Some people, they're gonna, like me, I'm a sports broadcaster. I'm the guy that makes things make sense. I'm the guy that was writing 20-second news stories about Bitcoin in 2012 and made sense to my audience. Roll a 3 for my opponent. So that's my approach with, especially with these new games where people don't necessarily know how to play them as well yet because they're still being developed. Being able to help people learn with that is a fun thing. It's also fun when you roll a 6. Well, oh my goodness. I didn't have anything that matched to make 3 of a kind. Oh, I'm stuck. Stuck. Oh my goodness. One problem with using an all camo deck is you get like this false sense of like, oh wow, look at this, it all matches, but it doesn't all match. Just the camo makes you think it in the moment if you glance at it. Ugh. It pains me to have 6 actions, a big handful of cards, and there's nothing I can do with it. And I just have to pass on all 6 of them. Oh, I don't like that. But I really think that's the best play. Otherwise, I'm just taking a guess on filling up that 4th spot. Meanwhile, a roll of 1 for my opponent. Can I get another roll? 2. Yikes. In turn. There's a 5 for my opponent. Remember, I have 1 territory left. This could be it for me here. There's 3 of a kind with a force. I'll have a compromised leader, minimum.
Compromised.
4 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. Just 1 more 3 of a kind. For force will do it. There's a pair of weather cards. 2 actions to go for this turn. Weather card to provide an extra turn. Pair of force cards. It is menacing, staring me down. But I get another roll, which I didn't think I was necessarily going to get. 6. Okay. All right. Intel, I actually think is the best play here. First, obviously the force. I mean, 2 sets of 3, I guess my options are somewhat limited. It doesn't really matter which order you go in, but we'll play the Intel first. I'm going to take 3. I'm going to bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone. You can make them discard 3 or you can mill 6, but we're far too deep into the match for that.
Select target.
At least for my purposes. Remember, a 3 of a kind force and the match is over. I lose. We'll get rid of 1 of the bot flies.
Select target.
We'll get rid of 1 of the max harpers.
Select target.
And I'll get rid of 1 of the weathers. Tsunami. Alright, 3 actions to go here for my turn. So I'll go with a 3 of a kind. I mean, I could try a building card, but at this point, I may not get another turn as it is, so at least get this in.
Select target.
Go after the Fermi energy plants. And that's it for my turn. And the Intel was able to knock down 2 of those pairs of forces and just standalones. Roll a 3 for my opponent. There's a pullback to make some space with 2 actions to go for this turn. Two of a kind for the force. 1 more action to go for this turn. Thank goodness I used that intel over there, huh? That would have been curtains for me otherwise. All right, let's see. 1. Well, luckily I got the blizzard here. So I'll have another turn. Let's see. 2. The morale cards, and the weather cards, the building cards all dancing around. But I'll play the pair of tsunamis here. That's all I can do. And that's my opponent's turn. It's just going to take 3 of a kind for a force to beat me. Don't tell me it's doing the nonsense where I can't click on the OK. You got to get that fixed, please. I'm not the only streamer who's having problems with this. Speaking of problems, there's 3 of a kind. I'm not going to bother with resetting the thing. All right, congratulations. Good game. Now, can I click on the end game? Well, let me do this. Having to hit F5 to refresh this is not a viable solution. This needs to be a priority. Friendly advice. All right, so I'm going to take that out of full screen. I'll F5 it to bring back the... You can at least hear that part. Well, okay. All right, congratulations on the win. We'll bring the prize wheel up here in just a second. If I can get my sequence right on this. And again, we'll have about a 5-minute break here after we have this prize wheel spin. Okay. Let me go ahead and hit exclamation point next, and that'll give you a heads up. So yeah, so Raina, you'll be up on the other side of the break. So we got a little bit of time. We'll need to get a code from you for that. So let me go over to the prize wheel. All right. Double check here with Delvis in. I thought I wrote this down already. I didn't in the text. It's tough if you blink and time flies by. It's a good sign with this game. It's just tough from a keeping track of stuff standpoint. But I already had Delvis's information, I think, anyway. So anyway, we hit remove to take off the last prize one there. All right, Raina, thank you for the code there. We'll use that on the other side of the break. You'll be up next, and you'll have a chance to potentially beat me and take a spin on the wheel here. Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. Let's sort it real quick, give an overview. We've already had a bunch of winners here. 2 epics already gone. 1 already. 1 remains on the wheel. We got that loot pack. That's from my own personal collection. You know you can't buy it with loot anymore. So I loaded up on that last night, got as much as I could of it, with the idea of giving a lot of that away here. So perhaps you'll be the winner with that. We've got some super rares, as you can see. Got that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 still out there from Sean, IOP. Many thanks for that. Ultra rares, very rares, all that. So Delvis says 6 shuffles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good luck. Here we go. Remember, about a 5 or 6 minute break on the other side of this. It's a super rare A9 Hammerhead number 469. Congratulations. All right, Delvis. Hang tight with me here for just a second. The A9 Hammerhead's a cool looking card. I get to show it off here in just a second. I mean, notice I like the artwork with nearly everything I run across here. And it's easy to put stuff over when you like it. They've got some great art here in Warsaken. So I can double check that within my notes here as far as making sure I had the proper address, because you can't undo it when it comes to sending these things out. So you got to make sure it's the proper destination and the proper card being sent. So I'll make sure to note in the memo NashvilleLou Live prize along with today's date. So that'll be heading your way here in just a second. Coming from my fulfillments wallet. Fulfillments with an S on the end. Once we get that sent, I'll be able to pull it up here, show it off on stream. I'll have about a 5 minute break. And back with more live player versus player matches on the other side of that break here with NashvilleLou Live. I'm not sure how many hours I'm going to go with this. Midnight Eastern is my cutoff, I'll tell you that. But I'm having a blast with it. So let me go ahead and, let's see, it should be sent by now. All right. The doctor, or Mr. Dr. Johnson, back. Doorbell rang as soon as you turned the stream on. Well, thank you for returning. Bring the slate down. There it is. Congratulations. A9 Hammerhead, number 469. There it is for you. Delvis N, the winner. Congratulations. That's a cool looking card. All right, so I'm going to take about 5-6 minute break here. Also going to throw a code in chat. Excited for what's coming up next week. It's Tuesday with Warsaken, and then Wednesday, Blockchain Brawlers. Some bookings coming up here with these Game Fest tournaments coming up. I had a lot of fun with that. So there you see it. Information on the Blitz tournament. You can register now. I'm going to put the link in chat here as you go to break. Back on the other side of break, another hour. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm having so much fun playing here with you today live. Well, another hour ahead in just a little bit. So stay tuned. Back in just a little bit. NashvilleLou Live. Playing Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. All right. So again, I posted that link in chat there. Registration is open for the qualifier Blitz tournament. Want to be sure to get in on that. Qualifiers for Warsaken Blitz slated for June 13th. The actual full tournament, June 20th. Okay. At this point, I'm going to see if anybody hasn't hit exclamation point to join to enter the queue. Please go ahead and do so like right away, because I think what I'm going to do here is go ahead and close the queue. This is going to be 2 hours to get, basically it's like 4 matches an hour tends to be what works, give or take. I mean, I can always add new people to it if need be. We can make it work, but I don't want to have people in the queue and then suddenly be having to cut things abrupt. I want everybody in that queue to get a chance to play, so. All right, so I'm going to hit close. So people in the queue, still in the queue. And we're going to have this match coming up here in just a moment. Appreciate the patience there. All right, let's make a note here real quick in my notes. Got Raina coming up here. I guess I'm ringing my doorbell in the middle of a live broadcast. You think a giant no soliciting sign out front would help people, leave you alone when you're doing something like this, but that's the part of live broadcast. You think somebody banging on when I was doing those Father Ryan High School football broadcasts, it's like broadcasting from a hallway. People need to get through and banging on the door. I'm like, middle of a live broadcast here. All parts of the challenges of it. So, okay. Let me go ahead and, so I've got the queue closed for now. I may reopen it, but I think this will get me through the next 2 hours, and if we have to open it back up at some point, okay. But so I've got the join part. I need to hang on with me for a second on that, because this is one part of this is very inefficient as far as the queue closed, because it's like in 3 different spots and 3 different scenes, and this still kind of is a challenge for me sometimes when it comes to that. Let's see. I've got the slate up here. Thank you, Rain. I got that code from you. Get that right now. All right. So again, I've got to change because there's got to be a better way, but today the slow way of doing it's going to have to suffice. So Queue is closed for now. We'll go with what we have with this remaining order. And we'll go ahead and type in this match code. We'll get things going. Again, thank you for your patience. Waiting through the break there. I've been waiting in the queue here for a bit of time. Want to respect your time as much as possible. And here we go.
Warsaken.
Okay. Well, I presume it wasn't anything too pressing at the door. Well, I've got 2 sets that match here. Just the one building card, I'll keep it. My opponent will start. My opponent rolls a 3. Two of a kind with the intel, and then a standalone force, and that'll end my opponent's turn. My turn. 3. Oh. 3 of a kind weather, so it'll give me an extra turn. You have the option of either +3 actions for your current turn, or take the +1 turn. So there is some risk as far as roll the die, but you get as many cards into your hand as you roll number-wise here, so risk-reward. Again, sometimes it doesn't work out. With a wide-open battlefield, or a war zone, excuse me, out there, I'll play a propaganda card, and that'll end my turn. Warsaken, you want to try and get your opponent's leader to be compromised. Either all of your opponent's territories are taken out, where their morale hits 0, the morale, the number up there, top right corner for your opponent, yours is down here, or with their arsenal, their deck hits 0 cards. Any point with that, your opponent, or if that happens to you, either way, you have a compromised leader at that point. Once your leader's compromised, this takes 3 of a kind with a force, and take out that compromised leader and win the match. My opponent now 3 sets of 2 opposite me, including that WMD. My turn. 6. Alright, so I can use my building card to go back and get the weather. I don't know if that's the best move, though. I really don't. Play a second propaganda card. Play a pair of jacks and ashes. And with 3 actions to go for this turn, I'll play a pair of Romans prototype cards. Helps if I click the button. There we go. I have 1 action to go, but I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll end the turn. Wow, no play. So I get another roll. 1. Well. Play a soldier barracks. And that will end my turn. Five. So my opponent rolls a 5. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. I've got the queue closed at this point. There's 3 of a kind intel. Let's see what my opponent does here with it. So they left a pair of morale cards. 3 of a kind force. One risk, if you put something in your 4th spot, you may get targeted by your opponent. So I had 3, but kind of has a building card. So, I mean, there are worse things to have happen, but that building card can bring stuff back. 5. This is where it really hurts to not have it happen the way you want it to. Now, one issue with the tournaments is, like, I don't use any sort of a delay with this. I don't care if I win or lose that much. I just want to have fun with this game. I like giving away prizes and stuff, but when it comes to a tournament, that's a little different. So that's something don't think I'm not noticing it, just 'cause I'm not bringing it up. That's just wishful thinking looking in there right now, because I've got nothing I can make happen with that. Thanks to that. The intel card worked out well. I'll bring back the Romans prototype. We'll leave Jack's Nash out there. I can play a second one of these. All right. 3 actions to go for this turn. We'll play a pair of Sarah Vets. And I'll leave 1 turn unused. 1 action unused for this turn and end my turn. So this will probably be a stream that'll go until 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 Central Time for me. Kind of the way it's looking. Try to get no more than 4. Try if you're trying to slot how many per hour with Warsaken Blitz. I mean, maybe you'll get more than 4 in, but that's a maybe. So it's 3 sets of 2 opposite me, including that WMD. There's 2 of a kind, but only 2 with the intel. You got double intel, double force, WWMD. It's a lot of doubles. And a double force again. My turn. 3. If I go back to my discard pile here, I won't be able to play anything else for this turn. So there's one side of it. I'll play the Jack's Nash. That makes 3 of a kind.
Select target.
We'll take out the Golden Farmlands. Two actions to go for this turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a pair of Terrifying Storms. That'll end my turn. It's a 1. My opponent rolled a 1. There's 3 of a kind intel. So it's 1 each as far as the 3 sets of 2 that I had out there in my war zone. My turn. 5. That's why I didn't have that soldier barracks hanging out there that time. Lesson learned. First things first, though. I've still got 1 of the Terrifying Storms out there. Luckily, I got 2 more right here, so that's 3 of a kind, like an extra turn. The +1 turn coming up. But first, 3 of a kind. By the soldier barracks. Turn 3 to hand. Private Vet. Romans prototype. Propaganda. Extra turn. 5. We'll go 3 of a kind intel. Time to bounce 3.
Select target.
2 each for my opponent. We'll go 1 of each as far as we bounce here. Private John.
Select target.
Infected water supply.
Select target.
A4 Revenge Super Carrier. What a card. Alright, 2 actions to go for me for this turn. Play that second Private Saravet. And while we're at it, play that second Propaganda card. That's going to end my turn. My opponent rolls a 6. Three of a kind building cards. My opponent's discard pile here. Some of the stuff they got knocked over there via the intel, I imagine, is going to get brought back here. And now the extra turn for my opponent. 1. It's my turn. 2 of a kind there with that force, but only 2. 1. Play a propaganda card. It's going to take my opponent's morale down to 10. When your opponent's morale hits 0, their leader becomes compromised. So a roll of 5 for my opponent. There's 3 of a kind force for my opponent. It's going to take me down to 2 territories. 4 actions still to go. There's 2. A WMD that would take out my 2 remaining territories, so there's 3 in there. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. My opponent plays a force card. A second force card. 1 action to go for this turn. Then a pullback by my opponent to end that turn. My turn. 6. Well, let's see. Play the triple intel.
Select target.
I bounce both of these WMD cards.
Select target.
And 1 of the force. Three actions to go for me here for this turn. Triple overtime production. My opponent's morale's me down to 4. 10 morale now, -6 with this trio here. that's going to end my turn. So it's a 3. My opponent rolls a 3. Interesting. 3 of a kind morale to add 3. Take it to 7. So if I play 3 of a kind morale cards, it's interesting to see that used. It's a good play. It's a really good play. 1. Well, at this point, I don't know how much value there is in waiting too long. That's it for my turn. One for my opponent. So a force card played. It's my turn. 5. All right. Oh. Already have one of the WMD cards out there. The captured leader will play the other 2.
Select target.
Here we go. It's important to pick the right 2 here. You don't want to go with Vast Hinterland. That's only -1 morale. Again, I've told you before with this, you can ignore the fine print for the most part. The exception with this is morale when it comes to territory cards. Watch carefully here. Remember my opponent gave that +3 boost to get to 7 morale? This is about to undermine that with a WMD. -4 morale for Fermi. -4 for Dryden. If I would have picked the Vast Hinterland, that would not be enough to have my opponent's leader compromised. So it's important in this particular case, which is why I stopped to spotlight it. See that 7?
Compromised.
0. And then now go triple cheetah with 3 actions to go. This is going to be the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game. I got lucky getting that WMD when I did. Sometimes you get the breaks in Warsaken Blitz. Good game. All right. Appreciate it, Raina. All right, Soul the Cat, if you were here, you're up. I know you were saying before you're having a headache bothering you. And I can empathize with headaches. Yeah, I suffered with for years and years. I think back in 2000, my first time at WSAZ television. I had 2 runs there at the station. My first time there, that summer of 2000, I started getting these migraine headaches. And man, you want to talk about like disrupting a newsroom. If you have to call out when you're, especially there, I was the only producer on the overnights. So if I had to call out the midday producer on like very little notice, would have to come in and work the overnight shift, and it just threw everything off. So you never wanted to have to miss. When you're responsible for being in charge of a newsroom overnight and you're 22, 23 years old, whatever I was at that point. So point being, I can empathize with that. So I guess Soul the Cat may not be here. We'll go ahead and move on to the next opponent. All right, Tech 93. I know we had to skip you before, so I want to give plenty of latitude here. I don't want to have to skip you again if you're in the vicinity. All right, Tech's here. All right, got the code. We'll get things going here in just a second. The live player versus player match. Warsaken Blitz. So a bit of an interesting decision here. We have 2 sets of 2, but they're both intels. You got 2 building cards. I'm gonna use a mulligan. All right, 3 building cards. I'm about to use a double mulligan. That's the risk you take when you have an okay first hand. You press it. So I'm stuck with whatever they give me, and my opponent gets an extra card. That's just the way it goes in Warsaken Blitz. Here we go. So my opponent goes first on top of it. Let's take a quick peek. 2 building cards and nothing that matches. So it goes. My opponent rolls a 4. And the queue is closed, but we're going to complete these last 6 matches here. I might have to take a break. I know I will have to take a break at some point during this. And typically the way I've done it is if I start a match before 40 past the hour, that's... Once we get to past 40 past the hour, that's when I take my break. And that's worked out pretty well. All right. Rolling 1 is not such a good turn of events for me there. I'll play a Violent Tornado. So my opponent rolls a 2. Hey, Mama Moofin, hello. Glad to have you here in chat. At some point, someday, I'm going to figure out a way to have it where I can get like other people in here live with these broadcasts. Like it's like in the tech side for me is a struggle. Just trying to have a clean broadcast. Glad to have you here. All right, so I rolled a 2. This is off just a brutal start for me here, but I play a pair of Robin's prototypes. At least have that up there. And that's going to end my turn. Sorry to hear that life's been haggling you. That's not any fun. My opponent rolls a 6. There's 3 of a kind force. I'll take out one of my territories. The vast shall be first. I was going to show you the vast hinterland, but they got the big red slash through it. Point taken. 3 of a kind weather, so my opponent gets an extra turn on top of this. Still 2 actions to go for this turn. There's 2 of a kind force. Roll of 1, so at least it was a low roll for this extra turn. Although there's 2 of a kind weather out there, so this could go on for a little bit. Instead, that's going to be it for my opponent's turn. I'll go. I'll have to take a look at Streamlabs. Some of this stuff I'm still trying to get it all figured out what's going to make the most sense from a broadcasting standpoint. Okay. Play the second Violent Tornado. 2 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for this turn. I have a pair of John Riders. So while I do have 1 spot open in my war zone, I don't have anything to make 3 of a kind. I don't like filling up that 4th spot there without a good reason to. So I'm going to end the turn. I appreciate it. Thank you. Riding back. I was trying all sorts of different things. Trying to figure out what's making the most sense. 3 of a kind force. I'm down to 2 territories. It's my turn. Doing a giveaway for this broadcast. Go over it more after this match. Exclamation point giveaway. Now I tried to set up what's it called, MooBot. I was trying that to see, okay, let's expand my horizons a little bit. Well, MooBot didn't want to cooperate with me, or more likely it was user error on my part. 3 actions here. I'm not going to take any of these. I can't make 3 of a kind. I don't want to fill up that 4th spot. So as much as I don't like it, I'm going to pass up those 3 actions there and not use them in the turn. Yeah, there's got to be a way as far as like getting I know there's like new guest hosts or something. I don't know. Like I'm still learning the basics with some of this stuff. Oh, it's a roll of 6. And it's funny because, again, with broadcasting, some of this comes naturally to me. Some of this I've been doing just such a long time. But the tech stuff, because I was successful early, and tech isn't my thing at all. So I was the one in the newsroom or the control room calling the shots. Or I was the talent doing the play-by-play for a sports broadcast. But I didn't have to be the engineer to fix the audio problem. I just had to say, okay, we're going to this next story, and tell everybody instantly, and hopefully make it as seamless as possible for a live broadcast. Some of the most entertaining stuff in television you never get to see because it happens in a newsroom or in a control room. And when it gets chaotic, it would make fascinating viewing, but they're never, ever going to let you see that. It's not seeing people at their best. 3 of a kind. Sometimes it is, but usually it's it gets intense. Some elements of that I miss a lot. I don't. But you get a lot of camaraderie though when you have a team that it's a strong crew. Of course, now so much is automation anyway. That's a whole different issue. My turn. Oh yeah, the tech. I mean, it's like maybe even tech isn't the right way to put it, but it's just like some OBS Studio is like a years-long feud. Not even a feud, just a struggle for me to get stuff that I know other people have figured out more easily. But it will do what you want if you can figure out the proper. They won't make it easy for you necessarily, but it is possible. 3 of a kind WMD. I'm going to take out 2 of my opponent's territories. Go with the Golden Farmlands. I'll go with the Harbor. Ah, good combo there. I'm with an engineer. Okay, roll of 1. Okay, play Roman's Prototype. That'll end my turn. We'll have this and as many as 5 more matches to go. I'll talk more about the giveaway after this match. It's not a huge giveaway, but just for rewarding people that have come here to either watch or participate with a live stream with a wax address. Exclamation point giveaway. I'll go through when I'm done with this broadcast. That's part of why I'm keeping it. I'm going to cap it at only 5 hours or 6 hours or whatever it's going to be in. Because I will need to go through and get everybody filled out, and that's something that I'm going to do and gladly do tonight. Man, this is tough. Well, okay, maybe not so tough. Play the John Ryder. That one I can do. 2 actions to go here for this turn. I could pull up the... Again, this is shame on me for having Fire in the Fields and Violent Tornado in the same deck. And not like, ironically, with the camo deck, where everything kind of has that same look. This one's not by design. But I don't know that... I mean, I could pull this up and then put 1 down, but I don't know if it's really worth that. I'm just going to leave it as is, and end the turn. Thank you. Research and design for Callaway Golf. That's great. So I'm down to 0 territories with a compromised leader. Just going to take 3 of a kind with a force to beat me. There it is. That's going to be it. All right, good game. We head over to the prize wheel here in just a second. The Tech, I appreciate you hanging in there. I know it's a tough timing there as far as getting bumped earlier, but hopefully this will pay off nicely for you here as far as the prize wheel goes. We'll go give that a look in just a second. I want to mention the giveaway. I noted that before. I want to mention this again. So if you had exclamation point giveaway, just type that here in chat. Make sure you include your Wax wallet so I can figure out what address to send it to. But I'm giving away, it's up to 50. So the first 50, and I think we're going to be fine on that. But in the event that it's more than 50 and I just can't count, that's the cap. But I think we'll be okay with what we have. Anyway, again, it's not overwhelming, but it's 200 loot at Warsaken loot. Blockchain Brawlers Taunt Pack. There are people, it's like my worlds are colliding in some ways with Warsaken Blitz and then Blockchain Brawlers. 2 games that I've live streamed a lot. And then big stuff coming up next week with Game Fest. That's getting ready for that. So it gives me a chance to finally use this stuff in conjunction with each other. These are ideas I've had, some of these ideas I've had for more than 2 years. So I'm really excited to get to use them and try them out, even if MooBot's not working, even if Louverse technology means I'm taking the L when it comes to OBS Studio. At least we've got some fun stuff to give away. And I'll go through and make sure everybody gets, along with the pack and the Warsaken loot, selection there from the NashvilleLou collection, Municipal Auditorium 615 day collectibles from the past. Got the big event coming up next Thursday, 615, June 15th, a big day for Nashville. Should have a lot of fun with the stream next Thursday. And that's going to follow the tournament stuff going on Tuesday for Warsaken, and then Wednesday for Blockchain Brawlers. And then that NashvilleLou live floppy collectible there. So anyway, enough of the yammering about that. Let's get to the prize wheel, shall we? Let's find out how this is going to play out. And I didn't do that right. Oh, I botched it. Again, I got impatient. Oh, again, the technical side of this drives me crazy sometimes. But that's part of the challenge. And it's worth it because this is fun. So we'll go ahead and take the last prize off. We're talking now 1 out of 44. So let's go through it. I know there are constantly new people tuning in that didn't see earlier when I went through it. So take it from the top for those that didn't see it. I've already given away 2 epics on this broadcast. So only 1 left on the wheel. Loot pack. Mama Muffin, you generously donated that loot pack to me that was meant as a gift. I thought it was meant to be given away. And so I ended up giving it away on last Thursday's episode. I put one of my own up there. You can't buy it with loot anymore. But you could win it here potentially. We got the super rares, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, Sean IOP, ultra rares, very rares. Yes, I did open it up, Mama Muffin. I've got it recorded. I've got that, and I was given some booster packs that I opened. I've got to have that as a standalone. I'm gonna probably put those together, and I've just got to figure out the right way to do that as an intro. I might use that as an intro for the tournament stuff coming up next week, but I gotta get that figured out. Anyway, so here we are with the wheel. We're getting ready to spin that here for you. Tech, we're gonna figure out what we're gonna have as prize-wise. Give it several shuffles here. All right, Tech, good luck to you. Here we go. Wheelofnames.com. All right, it's a very rare S21R number 981. Congratulations. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit next. Go ahead. And so Rescue Music, we'll have you on deck here. Tech, let me get that. I didn't have to ask for it. Words weren't even out of my mouth, and then suddenly there it is. Make sure that I had the proper wax address for you there, Tech, which I do. Okay, I'm just making a note here real fast. So we'll get this sent out, and once it's sent to you, we'll pull it up and show off on stream the prize that you won here. Okay, so that's going to be sent to you here in just a moment, and we'll get it pulled up here on stream. Check it out. And we'll get in one more match before a break. And then from there, we'll be concluding the rest of the queue. And then that'll be the end of the broadcast. So that's what we have planned here. So this should have gone through. Some merch photos. That's awesome. All right, let's see. Okay, I need to pull up the slate. Pull up the slate. Now I can switch it out. All right. And there we have it. Congratulations. There it is. Very rare S21R tech. There it is. Congratulations. For a card that has a lot of cloud to it, you can really appreciate the color contrast the way in that very rare. It's not as abrupt as it is with the camo. And I think with that particular look, it's kind of a better view with the kind of subtlety to it. I love the artwork with this. That's the great thing. It's a fun game to play. It's a fun game to live stream. The art is legit. Tremendous stuff. So congratulations again. We'll get this next match going here in just a moment. Okay, Rusky Music. Provided the code. Thank you. All right. And here we go.
Warsaken.
Okay. I'll make a note of this as well. You blink and several hours have gone by and you played a lot of people, which is a good thing. It's a sign of a fun game when you can have an experience like that. So, making sure to note that I'm playing Rusky Music here. So this is a long way to say I'm taking the mulligan. So, we'll take the mulligan, only the one building card this time. Nothing matches, which is not good, but I'm not going to risk the second mulligan. We'll keep it. And again, notice this particular leader card has a 21 starting morale. Now, the only way you can use this in a blitz match is if you have something that brings it down to 20. So you can only have a morale of at most 20 in a blitz match. Vast Hinterland's kind of a unique card like that, and it's not that expensive either. -1 morale. And there's also the -1 morale if eliminated, but that's... So, I mean, it doesn't hurt you that badly when it gets knocked out. That's why I say save the Vast for last if you're targeting your opponent, especially if you've got a morale-based deck. But that also takes my leader down from a 21 to 20 morale, which is why I'm able to use that particular card in this particular setup here in Blitz. Anyway. That's a bit long-winded for something most new players won't have to worry about, but I know at some point somebody's going to find what people watch these videos. Somebody will find it. I want to be sure if somebody sees it and they're not sure that I can make it make as much sense as possible. That's what I try to do as much as possible. There's a 4. So wide open as far as the war zone goes. All 4 spots there are open. We go with a pair of Cheetah Z series. Oh, no. There. You have to click the proper space. 2 actions to go for this turn. And we just play a pair of Roman's prototype cards here. And that'll end my turn. So again, after this match, I'll take about a 5-minute break. And we'll be back and finish up the remaining matches in the queue. That's why I had to close the queue 45 minutes ago, whenever it was. Because I knew if I didn't, I want to be sure that getting everything fulfilled as far as people that have signed up for the giveaway. A super long broadcast makes it even more difficult and lengthy to get everything. And I want that to be the sooner the better. It's just I can't do that and live stream at the same time. And I want the compelling stuff live. And I love showing off the prize wheel giveaways. Spotlight the artwork that way. And then the stuff for this, the regular giveaway for today that I'll be sending out after the broadcast, we'll have that. So it's 2 sets of 2 as far as force cards in my opponent's Warzone, and then a standalone WMD. It's my turn. 3. Okay. Well, nothing to match what's out there in my Warzone. I've got 2 spots open in my Warzone, so I'll play a pair of non-aggression treaties. Those are morale cards. A really nice looking card. As much as you wouldn't think a card about people signing a treaty would be compelling. I mean, a lot of little detail to it that's nice. Plus those gold cards in general look just fantastic. Okay, I could play one of those out there, but that's just, at this point, filling up the 4th spot like that, it's just asking for trouble. So instead, I'll forego that last action and end the turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Be taking about a 5-6 minute break after this match. And we'll finish up the remaining matches in the queue. And then I'll wrap things up for this broadcast. That's what I have ahead. 3 of a kind force on the docket for my opponent. It's going to take out one of my territories. So 3 territories remain for me. 2 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. 2 of a kind force cards. Taken to the skies there. 2 sets of jets. My turn. 1. And nothing that matches what's out there. I'm going to keep that 4th spot open in my war zone, and I'll end the turn. Okay, Gabbix. If you've got you need to bow out, that's certainly understandable. Hey, appreciate the support. Hey there. All right, my turn. 5. All right. We got 3 of a kind WMD. That'll take out 2 of my opponent's territories. We'll start with that.
Select target.
With the golden farmlands, -4 morale. Drighton oil fields, -4 morale. Remember that you can play at most 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. Alright, so 2 actions to go here for this turn. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'm going to end it here. So a 6. My opponent rolls a 6. My goodness. Got that WMD staring me down ×2. And 2 sets of 2 with the force cards out there. Wow. I know how that can be when you roll a 6 and you can't get anything to make 3 of a kind. My turn. 4. And then I roll in here with a triple control the message. Talking about TV news. Better believe it. Let's bounce.
Select target.
1 of each. D7X Detection Disruptor. Great card.
Select target.
V-Type X.
Select target.
Ion Particle Cannon. My goodness. Clear that out of there. 1 more action to go for me for this turn if I want to take it, but nothing to make 3 of a kind. And I'll keep the 4th spot open. That's going to end my turn. Alright, so Gabix said that that's something I can do directly within the... It's have to be in the proper browser, don't I? I know it's my turn. I'm waiting for this panel. Come on, this thing's frustrating me. We'll go ahead and roll. It can wait. 2. All right, I'm gonna play 3 of the kind with the Romans prototype. So we can make that happen at least. Fermi energy plants. My opponent's down to 1 territory remaining. I've got 1 action to take for this turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. I can play a blinding sandstorm, and that will end my turn. My opponent rolls a 5. There we go. I was able to remove Gavix from the queue. So we're going to have, after this match, about a 5-minute break. Then it's just 3 people left in the queue. 3 of a kind, 4 there. I'll be down to 2 territories. My opponent still has 3 actions to take after this. I have 2 territories remaining. My opponent has 1. 3 actions to go here for my opponent. There's a pair of intel cards. That's a trio of intels. So let's see what gets targeted here. Got a pair of force cards out there. I've got a standalone weather. I've got a pair of morales. It could be my arsenal that gets targeted, but I'm guessing not. Maybe though. Try and mill 6 cards. Instead, it was 1 of each as far as my 3 sets out there. 6. I can play the intel. That would really clean the board off there as far as what my opponent has. I think I'll do that. Much that's kind of a unusual play here. I'm gonna go ahead and, I don't think trying to mill at this point. That's really not the move. Instead, I'll just take out with everything that's out there.
Select target.
All right, so I have 3 actions remaining that I can take here. Play a pair of Jacks Nash. I have 1 more action that I can take here for this turn. And I'll actually bring back this non-aggression treaty to my hand. And that's going to end my turn. Hey, Tissues. Hello. I appreciate you following me there. Thank you, Tissues. Unfortunately, the queue is closed. I'm going to take a break at the end of this match, and they'll come back after about a 5-minute break. I have 3 more matches to go. Had to call it off at some point. But you can get in as far as the giveaway goes we got going on. Exclamation point giveaway for that. I'll have more details as soon as this match is over. Rolled a 1 there. Yikes. All right, I'll play a propaganda card. And that's going to end my turn. But yeah, if you type in exclamation point giveaway, Reva kind intel. But the giveaway for today, I'll go over it more when this match is over. It's a Blockchain Brawlers pack. It's a taunt pack. The 200 loot card for Warsaken. So it's the one force card that I have sitting out there that's remaining. Everything else got knocked out by my opponent with the intel card. My turn. 6. Wow. Okay, well I can play the cheetah. It's 2 of a kind, at least with that. 5 more actions to go here. Play a pair of Saravets. And we'll go with a pair of Terrifying Storms. I'll leave 1 space open there in my war zone. Last action goes unused, and that'll end my turn. Again, I try to set up MooBot and try new things here with the live stream. And it just didn't work for me the way I thought. It didn't. I mean, I'm sure it was something I didn't do right. But that was a very late. I was going to try a bounty block. I was like, no, I'm not going to make people jump through that hoop. I don't want people to have to leave the stream to participate. Especially since it's just like, I can verify that people are following me. That's the only stipulation as far as the giveaway. 3 of a kind force. I'll be down to 1 territory left. So we each now have 1 territory remaining. Of a kind force. And I would say, please make sure that I have your wax address, your where to send it.
Compromised.
Meanwhile, that takes out my 4th territory at force. So I'm down to 0 territories left and a compromised leader. 1. Oh no. And not just 1, but 1 and like, ugh, can't even make a play with it. 1. 1 and nothing. End my turn. It's been a long game. But even with a long game like this, I'd still be finishing up before the top of the hour. So I'll get that break in. I'll like 5-6 minute break, and we'll be back to finish up the queue here. 3 more matches to go after the break. 2. Well, I mean, even this isn't the great thing it appears to be, because I could play 3 of a kind morale. My opponent's still going to have 1 remaining. So that's not a help. It would also just fill up the spots here. And yeah, at the same time, oh, I don't know. I'm not going to take it here. I'm going to leave it. In turn. Maybe that's not the right play. I'm not sure. It would be a lot different if my opponent had 6 and not 7 as far as the remaining morale. Uh-oh. It's probably not going to matter. Roll a 6 for my opponent, who just needs 3 of a kind force to beat me. WMD won't do it. A building won't do it necessarily. Uh-oh, there's 2. That's 3. That's the match. So again, I'll have to, for the giveaway, I'll go through after this broadcast. Make sure I got everybody who got in on it. Make sure all that gets sent out here after we're finished. But first things first, good game. Rusky Music victorious. Good game. We're going to go to the prize wheel. And the queue is closed, and we're going to have a break on the other side of this. About a 5-6 minute break. But first to the prize wheel. Let's find out what Rusky Music going to have, as far as prize options go, we go over here to the prize wheel, presented in part from my land in Alien Worlds, Nary 3616. Nary 3616. So the last prize to be taken off the prize wheel. Now looking at 1 in 43 as far as the chances. We'll go ahead and sort it. We've already given away 2 epics in this broadcast. 1 remains on the wheel. That loot pack I've got out there. We gave away a loot pack last Thursday. This one's from my own personal collection. This could be yours potentially. Rusky Music. We've got a bunch of super rares. The Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 still out there. Ultra rares. And the very rares. So here we go. Give us some shuffles here for you. Give it a spin. Good luck. Warsaken prize wheel. NashvilleLou live. You got the ultra rare. It barely hung on there. You got it. The Delphine Bay. Number 196. Congratulations. All right. We'll get that sent your way here. Rusky Music. And I presume it's still the S442Q. Is that the correct wallet? Yeah, as you've already sent it there. It works out well. Yeah, I've got a great audience. They can read my mind sometimes. Okay, so... And it's funny with this wheel, I'm still relatively new to using the Wheel of Names. Wheelofnames.com has a great setup, very easy to use, but I'm still not sure, like, when it's like tick, 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 and it's around to the edge. I haven't seen enough spins to have a good feel on which way it's going to go. All right, so I'm going to get this pulled up here in my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S. Where I send prizes. A giveaway here on NashvilleLou Live. NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. It's that ultra rare Hex Tech. The rank 2. We'll show off here in just a second. First things first, let me get it sent over to you. All right, Rusky Music, we'll get that sent your way. Show it up here in just a second. Everyone to admire here live on stream. And again, after we finish this segment right here, take a quick break, about a 5-minute break. Be back with the final 3 matches for this broadcast. And then as soon as this broadcast is over, I'll start with the fulfillments, sending out the giveaway prizes. I'll get more on that in just a second. There it is. Congratulations, Rusky Music. There's a Delphine Bay. Number 196. Ultra rare. Only 200 of them. That one is yours. Congratulations. All right. So now I'm going to take a quick break. Let's see. I will have to switch. I already have the queue is closed on this one as well. So Rusky Music, I can go ahead and hit next. Again, I'm going to take a break here. This would be a great opportunity if you haven't already. Go ahead and sign up for the Qualifier Blitz tournament. So Natha CGA, you're up next. If you would, please provide me with a room code when you can. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side of that break, the final 3 matches of this broadcast. Also, on the other side of this break, I'll have specifics about the giveaway going on today. Exclamation point giveaway to get on that. Please make sure that your wax address is included, or that I can find it here in chat. A lot of you already have your information, but again, I would rather have a duplication of efforts to make sure it's right versus overlooking somebody, because I want to go out to everybody that took the time to participate. So back in just a couple minutes. Final 3 matches here of this broadcast. NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. Back in just a moment. All right. Back from break. Yeah, the link there should have information as far as signups. I haven't had a chance to go through it actually myself, so I can't give you a more detailed explanation than that. I got that link relatively close to broadcast time. It's a good thing. Getting fresh information. A lot going on next week. So Tuesday, qualifiers for Warsaken Blitz. I'll have broadcast with that on Tuesday. On Wednesday, I'll be doing some stuff with blockchain brawlers. And then Thursday, so 1 week from today, 615 day. I'm excited about that. And to that end, real quick, let me go ahead and switch back over here. So with a giveaway. Again, I try to set up MooBot for the first time today. Just thought, oh, I'll just do this an hour before I get started. Why not? Sometimes I get that inflated sense of thinking I can actually pull off the impossible sometimes or make it happen. But look, the nice things I can go through after this is over. I'm going to go through the broadcast and within chat here, everybody that's typed in giveaway or exclamation point giveaway. For those that haven't already, please go ahead and do that. Make sure I've got your wax address. Give it away at 200 Warsaken loot card there. Blockchain Brawlers, a taunt card pack. Artwork from the NashvilleLou collection there of Municipal Auditorium. 615 day collectibles. Getting really excited for that next Thursday. And that floppy disk, a little for fun promotional giveaway there. So that's what I've got lined up. With this, so just exclamation point giveaway. That's going to be going out after this broadcast is over here tonight. So 3 more matches to go. Already got the code here from Natha CGA. Thank you very much for that. That typed in, get things going. And lightning bolt.
Warsaken.
Here we go. All right. So just one building card. I've got these two that match. The camo cards can sometimes give you a false sense of happiness, thinking you got a huge draw and really just have 2 that match. The camo makes them look similar. Kind of the idea. I'll keep it though. It's a risk. When you take that mulligan, it is such a risk. If you have at least a halfway decent hand. My opponent rolls a 1. We'll have this and 2 more matches to go. And that's going to be it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. Had so much fun playing Warsaken Blitz. 2. Play a pair of drop ships. The H5 drop ships. 6. It's a pair of weather cards for Natha. Then a pair of intel cards with 2 actions to go for this turn. That's it. My turn. 6. All right. Play the trio of lasting blizzards, and we'll get the extra turn. Did I not hit the correct button? Guess not. You could do 1 at a time, or that's what I was going for there, was the 3. I'll take the extra turn as opposed to the 3 actions here. As it is, I still have 3 actions to go. Dropship.
Select target.
Already had 2 out there. 3 makes 3 of a kind. Go to the harbor. St. Purcell Harbor. Two actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of specialist Dexter Smiths. All right, Soul Adrian. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's a 4. All right. So I don't have anything to match the 2 of a kind out there. I can go with the triple tsunami weather cards and I'll get an extra turn. One action to go for this turn. I'll play an extended assembly hours card. Now the extra turn. 1. Play a second extended assembly hours. And that's it for my turn there. So my opponent rolls a 2. Two of a kind with a force cards. It's my turn again. 3. Oh, here we go. Nice time for some intel. When you've got your opponent 3 wide and 2 deep out there, go and zap 1 of each. Got 3 choices with an intel card. You can mill 6 cards from your opponent's arsenal from their deck and force that into their discard pile. You can make them discard 3, but if you're going to use that option, you want to use it early in a match, typically.
Select target.
So I'm going to bounce 3, 1 of each here from my opponent's war zone. Terrifying Storm, a weather card.
Target.
Secret Drone Mission.
Select target.
Gemini GX. Hello. All right. It's my opponent's turn with a roll of 6. Uh-oh. I'm glad I played that intel when I did. At the same time, there's 3 of a kind building cards to go back and quite likely get some or all of those cards that I just... Actually, it has to be. There's only 3 cards in that discard pile, the ones that I just sent there. So you can... It's not tough to figure out what's been recalled here. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Three of a kind weather. That means an extra turn for my opponent. 1 action to go for this turn. 2 of a kind intel. Extra turn. Roll of 1. So it's a force card played there by my opponent. Now it's my turn. 5. All right, so I've got 3 of a kind with a specialist out there. Dexter Smith.
Select target.
Port of Carmasani. So I have 4 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of underwater mines. And we'll go with a pair of selfless heroes. That's it for my turn. Thank you. All right, roll of 2 for my opponent. Three of a kind with a force card. It's going to take out one of my territories. Here we go, my turn. 3. Tough decision, because if I use the force here on the next turn, get the WMD, then that's just me being impatient. At the same point, same time, it's really tough to just wait and hope that you might get that third WMD. I don't know that waiting around is the right play, so I won't.
Select target.
So -3 morale from the Mount Optania production site. But it's still 10 morale for my opponent, but just the 1 territory remaining. Roll 4. There's 3 of a kind. WMD is going to take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories. So down to 1 territory, 1 action to go for this turn. The second force card there. My turn. 4. Well, I can play 1 morale card. This will knock it down to 4 morale for my opponent. This is a decidedly inopportune time for that very frustrating bug where you can't click. Where you have to like refresh your browser. And it just ruins the flow. I hope this is fixed by the time the tournament starts. But I know that's easier said than done. So I'm restarting my browser. It should put me there in the same spot. And it will. Okay, now I can click on it. So the -6 morale, it's down to 4 morale for my opponent. That's where if I'd had force cards in there instead of morale, that would have taken out the last territory. And that would have saved me some trouble there. That's the risk you take with the morale deck. Let's see, 3 actions to take here. 2 spots open. So we're just gonna go with 2 on that. And... well, okay, I'll put propaganda out there. And I'll end my turn. Roll a 5. I could be in trouble here. That's 3 of a kind, but that force that's already out there, I could be in serious trouble. Instead, it's 3 of a kind intel. I'm guessing it's 1 each as far as my Legion out there in my war zone, 2 of each. But it may not be. No, 1 of each. So 2 sets of 2 with the force cards for my opponent. Make that 3 sets of 2. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, play a propaganda card here. And I'll play Underwater Mines, and that'll end my turn. So again, this match and 2 more before I conclude this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. 3 of a kind with a force there.
Compromised.
There's a third to match either pair out there remaining those force cards, the other set of 2. That's all that's needed to take me out for Natha to win the game. Instead, a pair of Igors. 3 sets of 2 force cards staring me down opposite. Let's see what we get here. 4. Brutal. Brutal. It's not looking good for me here. I've got to hope that Natha rolls like a 1 and doesn't get anything to match what's already out there. But yikes. End turn. It's a 4. I've got a compromised leader. Surely this will be it. Well, 3 of a kind weather cards, which is interesting. So an extra turn for my opponent. And a building card, extra turn. As the Blue Angels are flying by, are these jets. Audible nuisance. I mean, people like the air shows. I get that. It's just, you're flying over a residential area. There's 3 of a kind with a force. That's the match. All right. All right, good game. Congratulations, Natha. So we'll be going to the prize wheel here in just a moment. All right, so over to the prize wheel now. Just gave away that ultra rare Delphine Bay on the last spin of the wheel. So we're down now to 1 and 42. Giving away 2 epics. 1 remains. Loot pack. That loot pack's still out there. Bunch of super rares. An unreal successful mole hunt number 5. Ultra rares. Very rares. Let's scroll down too far. All right. 4. You got it. 4 shuffles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good luck. All right, congratulations. Super rare fortified greenhouse number 435. All right, thank you for the wax address. I don't have the wax bot. That's going to be another deal for another day. Like, it's beyond being it's not a prank. It's just, it could and will be much better at some point. But meanwhile, the things that people have figured out to get it to work for the short term seem to find ways to evade me that I can, all you do is laugh sometimes. Okay, let me find this fortified greenhouse. Okay, there it is. Scrolled past it. We're going to get that prize sent out right now. I'm going to go ahead and hit next to get the queue to advance there. So Rexy, you'll be up next. We'll get this fortified greenhouse sent out here first. All right. Congratulations. Okay. Bring up the slate for just a moment. The song abruptly goes quiet on me. All right. So there it is. Congratulations, the fortified greenhouse. For $435. All right. So Rexy, I don't know if you've, there you go. Okay, you've sent the code. Look at that, ready to go here in just a moment. Dial back to the size of the queue there a little bit. Doesn't have to take up the entire left side at this point, especially since it's closed. So I'll go ahead and get this typed in. And we'll get the match going in just a moment against Rexy. We'll have this match and one more, and that's going to be it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live.
Warsaken.
Cowabunga for the raid. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Greatly appreciated. This is NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz. I have this match and one more to go with this broadcast, so catching the tail end of this. Of course, it's available on video on demand later if you want to watch it then. So 8 cards out here in total. No building cards to get in the way. I do have this that matches. You take a chance whenever you use a mulligan. If you have a halfway decent look at your cards and like what you have, odds are you're going to be better off if you keep them. The more that I play this, the more I found that to be the case. That's a long way of saying I'm going to keep it. And I get to go. 1. And I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. All right, so I only have one action I can use here for this turn. That's the way it works in Warsaken Blitz. You roll the die and it gives you that many cards and that many actions. So we'll play, well, in lieu of the control the message, we'll use Fire in the Fields, which is actually a weather card. For the purposes of Warsaken Blitz, the categories are what are important. You need to make 3 of a kind. Get that card to activate for you. Can't really do that though if you only have one action for a turn, so I just played the 1 card. My opponent rolled a 5. That's 5 cards for my opponent and 5 actions that can be taken here. Pair of weather cards. Of course, a weather card can give you that extra turn. Pair of force cards with 1 more action to go for this turn. And then a standalone force. Igor, my turn. 6. Well, play the second Fire in the Fields. In your war zone, you can have at most 4 spots open, but multiples of the same card take up 1 spot. We'll play a pair of W1MG tanks. 3 actions to go for this turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll play a pair of cloud cover cards. I could play 1 more here in that 4th spot, but I really like to keep that open as much as possible. So despite having that 1 extra action to go here, I'm not going to use it. Instead, I'll just end my turn. Roll 3 for my opponent. Warsaken Blitz, there are 3 ways that you can give your opponent a compromised leader. You knock out all 4 of their territories, and you can do that in part by playing 3 of a kind of a force like my opponent did there. So the triple force takes out 1 of my territories. All your territories get taken out, your leader gets compromised. The same is true if your morale hits 0. The same is true if your arsenal, your deck hits 0 cards. 1. So it's just one. You can always take the time to bring your hand down and look what you have on the board. Have the 2 tanks out there already. This makes 3 of a kind with the W1 MG, so I'll take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
You want to go with the territories that are going to take the most morale away from your opponent. And I've played this enough to know what the common ones you see. So a lot of -4s up here. Golden Farmlands is one of them. We'll eliminate this. So my opponent rolls a 1. So it's now 3 sets of 2 out there for my opponent. My turn. 5. All right. We'll play that 3rd fire in the fields for the weather. Triple weather will give us an extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. 4 actions to go for this turn. Play a triple intel. Great time to do that. A bounce 3, 1 of each for my opponent's war zone.
Select target.
1 tsunami.
Select target.
1 nameless soldier.
Select target.
And 1 fabricator. Out. 1 action to go for this turn for me. I'll play a John Ryder Oil Engineer. Extra turn. 6. Speaking of extra turns. 3 of a kind weather. Another extra turn. I'll play the 2nd John Ryder. I have 3 spots open in my war zone. I have 4 actions I can take for this turn. With a pair of S21Rs. 2 spots now available in my war zone. 2 actions to go for this turn. I've got some options here as far as going back on intel, force, weather, etc. But that would not be for this turn anyway. But nevertheless, I'll play the pair of surface-to-air missiles. Missile sights, I should say. Now in my turn. Extra turn. 3. Like that one just woke up. Let's see. Well, this will work out pretty well. John Ryder.
Select target. Select target.
The remix. They got the Fermi energy plants. Two actions to go for this turn. But I can play this 3rd surface-to-air missile site. Correct. So the number on the dice, the amount of cards you get, and the number of actions you get in a given turn. So that can be a huge swing. If you roll a 1, it's a lot different than if you roll a 6. I'm going to return 3 cards to my hand here. We'll bring back the tanks. Now, the flip side, if you go ahead and just try and boss hog your way out with something you just pulled back from your discard pile, you could put a target on yourself with it. So there is some reason for maybe having some hesitation on that. Instead, we'll go with the ideal conditions. Standalone weather. And that'll end my turn. Oh, is it doing the thing again with the... This is getting old. Luckily, it's easy to fix it. I just have to take it out of full screen, hit F5, then back to full screen, then I'll pull the slate back down, and now I can click the OK button. Look, if only every problem was that easy of a solution, right? So 4 actions to go here for my opponent. None taken. My turn. I can also answer the response there in the chat, but correct. All right, so I rolled a 2. Luckily, I've got the 2 S21Rs out there, but that's why you gotta be careful. If I just saw, oh, the cards are dancing, I'll choose the tanks. That'd be a very poor decision here. Instead, go with the S21R.
Select target.
Go after the Drighton oil fields. Ultimate Troll Scam Baits, thank you so much for the raid. Playing Warsaken Blitz. Cookie is hilarious. I absolutely love scam baiting. I'm fascinated, but I can never do it. I have no patience to handle that sort of thing, but it's fascinating stuff. Welcome, welcome. This is Warsaken Blitz. I have one action to go for this turn. I'll play in ideal conditions here. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. So this is Warsaken Blitz. This is a card strategy game. It's a lot of fun. Warsaken itself is a very complex game. Blitz is a simplified version that makes it easy for live streaming. It's easy to be conversational with people and then play the game and have fun with it. It's something I've enjoyed. I rolled a 6, so it's a big swing as far as what you roll the die. So I roll a 6 here. My opponent has 1 territory left. If I get rid of that territory, I'll give a compromised leader. I'm going to win the match right here. Slow 3 of a kind with a Romans prototype.
Select target.
Here we go. Mount Tanya, production site, eliminated.
Compromised.
Cookie, thank you for the great content. I said you got to run, but thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. 3 more actions to go for this turn. I got very lucky rolling that 6, as you can tell. So now with a compromised leader, 3 of a kind force, I'll take out that leader, and that's the match.
Select target.
There is my opponent's leader. I'll put good game. All right. Good game. So now I'm going to hit next. And we'll be down to our final match here. So delve us in. If you are here, please. Oh, here we go. Another raid. All right. Custom ETV, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. So I hope I have a match to show off here for you here. I'll delve us in. If you're here, please let me know. I appreciate the raid greatly. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Having fun playing Warsaken Blitz. I've been playing this now for more than 4.5 hours for this stream. All right, here it is from Delvis. Thank you so much. Glad I didn't want to have to skip anybody here, especially toward the end. And I wanted everybody doing the raid here to at least have an opportunity to see a match. And we're going to get one right now with this. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Had so much fun with us here today. We'll use this deck right here. The way it works with Warsaken Blitz, it's the simplified version of the big full game of Warsaken, but it goes by categories, essentially. You're looking for 3 of a kind you can make from your hand. You're trying to take out your opponent's territories. There are some other tricks you can use as well. I like this as a starting hand here. I've got 2 sets of 2 that match up. I don't have any building cards early. Building cards, they can save you. They can absolutely save you, but early they just get in the way. Just the 1 WMD, so not too many of those to clog things up early. If you get 3 of a kind with a WMD early, great. But anyway, the very long way of saying I'm going to keep it. Thank y'all so much for the raids. Taking the time to check this out. But it's amazing to me to see what's possible. Just from when I got into broadcasting many years ago. When I basically to get into broadcasting, had to go to college that had a good, University of Evansville, maybe a great scholarship offer. And they had WUEV radio at that point, which was a major drawing card for me. Times have changed. They don't have that station anymore. But back in the mid-90s, that's, to broadcast, to learn video editing, I had to actually break into the television news business. And that was tape-to-tape editing. Betacam SP. I rolled a 1. So I only use 1 action here. We'll play a cheetah. Or will I? Oh, it's still my opponent's turn. Oh, I was way off. Lisa Pizza, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. And if I missed anybody, I apologize, but thank you all so much. The raids, the follows, been wonderful. So a WMD, and you can tell the category by the little insignia, the emblem there on the card, and that evil looking thing's a WMD. 2. So with nothing in my war zone, it's wide open as far as that goes. Go with a pair of Romans prototypes. These are force cards. A force will take out an opponent's territory. You also need 3 of a kind with a force to win the game when your opponent has a compromised leader. Roll of 6 for my opponent. So that's 6 cards for my opponent and 6 actions they can take here. Oh, all sorts of WMD. Now you can only play 1 WMD per match as far as that 3 of a kind. So now they got 2 of a kind with the one that's out there now. The other one, they are quick to pull back to their hand. And there's a pair of force cards. Force card can take out one of my territories. 1 action to go for this turn. My turn. 6. Alright, so that's 3 of a kind with a WMD. So I'm going to take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories right here with this. White phosphorus bomb.
Select target.
So we'll go for the territories with a higher negative morale when they get taken out. Golden farmlands, -4 morale. Fermi energy plants, -4 morale. So my opponent's down to 12 morale, which might come into play. Depends. Morale cards might be an option, but so might taking out the territories. 3 actions to go here. Nothing that makes 3 of a kind. Play a pair of propaganda cards and see what happens. Do I still have 1 more action? I guess so. Okay, I'll play a cheetah. And that will do it for my turn. So this is going to be the last match of this broadcast here of NashvilleLou Live. Got so much coming up next week. Next Tuesday, tournament going on with Warsaken Blitz. Wednesday, blockchain brawlers. And then next Thursday, 1 week from today, 615 day here in Nashville. 615 being the primary telephone area code for Nashville and Middle Tennessee. So I roll a 2 here. But also 6/15 being the American way of numerically writing the month and year. See that Romans prototype there dancing around. I got 2 that match it out there. And so we'll go ahead and match these up and make 3.
Select target.
Drighton oil fields. So my opponent's down to 8 morale, but the easier move in theory would be 3 of a kind if you can make it happen with a force. Go ahead and just take out that 4th territory. And that's the downside of having a morale heavy deck. You might put yourself at perhaps a tactical disadvantage, but not always. Got that cheetah. I've got 1 out there already. I got 1 move I can make for this particular, 1 action I can take in this turn remaining. So I'll do that here. So a roll of 2 for my opponent. Two of a kind force card. So 2 sets of 2 with the force cards and then the pair of WMDs out there. My turn. 6. Interesting spot here. I've got 2 sets of 2 of the morale. I could go at least 1 of those. It's weird though, to be much better off just going with forces, but I don't have forces here as much. I've got a couple of one-offs. So overtime production. Much as it pains me to waste these 4 actions remaining, I'm going to end the turn. So a roll of 6 for my opponent. 3 of a kind for the force. I'm down to 3 territories. 5 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. 3 of a kind weather. That means an extra turn. With 2 actions still to go for this turn. Pair of building cards. Extra turn. It's a 4. Three of a kind building cards. That means a chance to bring 3 cards back from your discard pile. Well, I brought the weather cards. Interesting. So 3 of a kind weather. They could play 3 weathers here, get the extra turn. Yeah, I think that's what's about to happen. So an extra turn for my opponent. Let's see what they roll. 2. Three of a kind force cards. I can take out a second of my territories. I'll be down to 2. So a standalone force card to end the turn. My turn. 2. Yikes. Want 2 of a kind. But I'm not going to use any of it. In turn. You see why I closed the queue almost 2 hours ago, and even with Gebix having to bow out. 7 matches ends up taking up about a 2-hour run, the way it's, with the breaks included, of course. There's 2 of a kind with the force cards out there. There's a trio of intel cards. So we'll see what gets targeted here. 1 each with my 3 sets of 2 that were out there. Two of a kind with the force cards. My turn. 4. Well, I can use my building cards here. Go back and hunt that down. But I wouldn't have 3 of a kind anyway with propaganda. I don't think that's the right thing to chase here anyway. So the triple building card will bring back Roman and company. 1 action to go still for this turn. And I'll play that second Cheetah Z series to end my turn. It's a 1. Weather card. My turn. 2. Well, I can play the cheetah.
Select target.
I'll take out the 4th and final remaining territory there for my opponent. One action to go, and I'll play Roman. That's it for my turn. I might not get another roll. Let's see what my opponent has here. It's a 3. Three of a kind weather, so my opponent will have an extra turn. One action remains for this turn. Three of a kind force. Now that's interesting. That takes me down to 1 territory left. With 2 of a kind WMD out there. That WMD's worth a lot less now, but there's a roll of a 6. It might not matter. It might not matter. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. 3 of a kind WMD. See what I'm talking about there. So it will take out my last remaining territory, but that's it. But 5 actions to go. 2 of a kind force already sitting out there. If you got 3 of a kind in your hand, you're going to win the match here. There it is. That's the match. All right, congratulations. Good game. Gabix back. You know what? I will, Gabix, yes. I'm going to hang on 1 second here. How do I add somebody? Hang on a second. If I open it up, I mean, I'll just... Hey, Gabix, if you just give me a code, I don't have to worry about the queue, really. But first things first, let's get to the prize wheel. So we'll have one more match here after this one. Gabix wasn't here earlier, and I want to make sure we get that. I said I'll work in if time allows, and time will allow. Okay, so let me get, before I lose track of where I am here. All right, we're going to the prize wheel. All right, 6 shuffles, you got it. All right, and I'll get to that code in just a second. Thank you, Gabix. All right, let's see. Bring up the prize wheel. Okay, so Delvis N wants 6 shuffles. You got it. First, I will go through everything on here. That's 1 in 41. We've given away 2 epics. There's 1 epic remaining on the prize wheel. Got a loot pack out there. Bunch of super rares. Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 still out there. Bunch of ultra rares and some very rares. They said 6 shuffles. You got it. 5 and 6. Good luck. All right, very rare guard tower number 775. Congratulations. All right, Delvis, I'll get that sent to you right now. We'll show it off here to everybody, and we'll get that one last match in for this broadcast against Gabix, who was in earlier. Had to leave, was able to make it back in time. Catch me here at the end. So let me pull up this guard tower and it's my fulfillments wallet. These prizes are sent from. It's guard tower number 775. There we go. Sometimes copy paste just doesn't want to cooperate. And that requires just a little bit of patience. NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. This very rare guard tower number 775. Actually make a note of this here. Man, this list is getting long in a good way. This is a good thing. I appreciate all the support. Everybody taking the time. I know that means waiting in a queue and all, but I want to make it worth everybody's while on that. So I'm going to double check here, make sure before I send this out, because if I don't double check, there's no going back on it. Okay, so I do have the right one up here. We'll get this sent out right now. We'll show it off to everybody. And we'll get that one last match in against the Gabbix before we say goodbye for the broadcast. If this weren't the last match, I would insist on a break, but we'll get one more in. I can make it happen. All right, so we'll see if that was sent over. Okay, we'll pull this up now. And there it is. Congratulations. Elvison, that's yours, that guard tower. A very rare. Number 775 has been sent to you. Congratulations. All right. So here we go. Last match of the broadcast coming up right now. Already got the code here from Gabbix. You can kind of ignore the queue for now. There, we'll do that. Okay, now I need to type in the code as they're talking about it. That would help. All right, here we go.
Warsaken.
All right. No building cards in the way. Again, that fire in the fields and the violent tornado. It's confusing at a glance, but it's certainly doable. We'll keep it. So this will be the last match of this broadcast. Got a giveaway. Making sure all that gets sent out after the broadcast is over. Two of a kind with the forces there from Gabbix. And then a standalone WMD to end the turn. My turn. Okay, so I rolled a 4. So 4 actions for me to take here. I've got a wide open war zone as far as what I can play. Play a pair of Z27 Tigers. And then a pair of successful mole hunts. Intel cards. Now it's my opponent's turn. It's a 4. There's a second WMD. 2 of a kind intel. And that's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 2. Okay, we'll play a pair of Romans prototypes. That's it for my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. More than 5 hours in on this, having fun. This last match of the broadcast. Appreciate everybody that's taking the time to watch, to play. Appreciate the raids, the follows, all that. Greatly appreciate. 3 of a kind intel. I'm not going to appreciate this so much. Either going to take a shot at my arsenal or more likely the cards out there in my war zone, 1 each. Sent to the discard pile. 2 of a kind force cards there to end the turn for my opponent. My turn. 3. All right, we'll bring the successful mole hunt back. Play a pair of blinding sandstorms. And that's going to end my turn. My opponent rolls a 4. 3 of a kind force card's going to take out one of my territories. Three of a kind force. I'll be down to 2 territories. 2 actions to go still for this turn for my opponent. And it's a pair of weather cards. My turn. 4. All right, blinding sandstorm. We get an extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. I can play a Roman's prototype. It's 2 of a kind out there. And we'll play a pair of guard towers. Extra turn. 5. The guard tower. I can go 3 of a kind on the intel. The hacked network. Gonna bounce 3.
Select target.
1 weather.
Select target.
2 WMDs. 2 actions to go for this turn, just the 1 spot open. As far as my... Okay. Yeah, just the 1 spot open as far as my war zone goes. I'll play the Z-27 Tiger, that's 2 of a kind. 1 action to go for this turn, and I can use the 3rd guard tower. Now, turn 3 to my hand. And we'll just go one each for the cards that were taken up by that intel attack. And that's it for my turn. Master A's, thank you for the follow. Playing Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live, last match of the broadcast. If you're catching the tail end of this, thinking, what did I miss? It'll be available video on demand. I explain the game as it goes along, or at least do my best to. Try to make it make sense to people. As a 3. So I'll be able to make 3 of a kind with the 2 sets of 2 I've got out there as the value of using that building trio before to bring those cards back from the discard pile. We'll start with a Romans prototype. It doesn't really matter since they're both force cards, but we'll start with Romans.
Select target.
So I'll choose one of my opponent's 4 territories. It doesn't really matter. In this case, at least. I mean, some territories will take more off than others as far as morale goes, but this round that's not really a concern for me. I'll play that 3rd Z-27 Tiger. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's try that again. There we go.
Select target.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. All right. The vast hinterland is only -1 morale, so save that for the end. If morale is at all a concern for you with... depends what strategy you take. We'll eliminate Bankar Island. Okay, 1 action to go for me here. Wide open as far as the war zone goes. I'm putting a huge target on this, so I throw that out there. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm not putting a target on it. Actually, I think I'll be okay with this. Maybe, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but when you got nothing in your war zone, if somebody's going to use an intel trio to take out 1 card, that's a risk I'll just have to take. 3 of a kind weather, so that's going to be an extra turn for my opponent. After this one finishes, that still has 3 actions to go. 2 of a kind WMD. And then a weather card. Extra turn. It's a 5. There's the 3-of-a-kind WMD. They have 0 territories.
Leader compromised.
4 actions to go. If that's 3-of-a-kind force, that's going to be the match, and it will be the match. All right, congratulations, Gabbix. I'm glad you made it back in time. Glad we were able to make this work here at the end. So we're going to finish up this broadcast with one more spin of the Warsaken prize wheel. It's coming up in just a moment. Good game. All right. All right, so we'll remove the prize that was won in the most recent spin. Now we're talking about 1 out of 40 odds here in this last spin of this broadcast. We sort it first, go through here. We've already given away 2 epics. Might we see the third go here? We might. Loot pack. My own personal collection. You got a 1 in 40 shot at that. Bunch of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 is still out there. Provided by Sean IOP. Many appreciations and thanks for that. Bunch of ultra rares still in the mix. And then several very rares as well. All right. So Gabbix, I'll give this several shuffles for you here. Give it a spin. Good luck. Again, last spin of the broadcast here. We get ready to wrap things up. Will be an ultra rare. Super rare. Naval Blockade number 348. Congratulations. So I'm making a note of this here that it's the Naval Blockade number 348. So I'm double checking here at my list with Gabbix, make sure it is. Yes, that's correct. I was actually checking my list from earlier to be sure I had the, well, make sure the address I had written down from earlier matched, and it did. So we're gonna get this sent right now to you here, Gabbix. We'll show it off and then we'll wrap things up for this broadcast. Is there anybody else that's live streaming Warsaken right now? If so, please let me know. Type in NashvilleLou live prize along with today's date. Get that super rare Naval Blockade number 348 sent out to you right now. So I'll bring the slate up for a moment. And there it is. Congratulations, Gabbix. Naval Blockade. It's a camo. One of only 500 of this particular series. This one is yours. Congratulations. Number 348. All right. Congrats. All right. So it's going to be interesting to see between now and Tuesday of next week how things get settled out as far as everything planned out for the upcoming. It's going to be a lot of it. It's going to be really interesting to see what's coming up here the next couple of weeks. Getting ready for game fest between what Warsaken Blitz has lined up and then blockchain brawlers. I mean, these are two games that are right in my wheelhouse, and it'll be fun to see how that plays out. So let me go ahead and bring the slate back up. Well, I was talking up Novo Pangea earlier. We're talking about getting the world of Wax Games having some sense of togetherness. I think what I'll do here, let me see if I can copy this before I start making promises that I maybe can or maybe can't follow through with. If I can pull it off, right, I'll do a... Well, let me see. Before I say anything, let me make sure I can do it properly. Well, I think because it looks like Novo Pangea is on right now. Look up Warsaken real quick. Looks like I'm the only person live streaming Warsaken at the moment, so we'll head over to Novo Pangea, see what they got going on over there. Yeah, the queue is closed. Broadcast wrapping up here. Rusky Music, sorry. Glad we got to play earlier. Thanks to everyone who took the time to play, to watch, and remember, be giving out those giveaways. Y'all got in on earlier. I'm going through. I won't have the help of the MooBot, but I'll go through. We'll get them all figured out, lined up, get everything sent out to you, and we're gonna go from there. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rusky Music. Thank you. Thanks to everyone. I appreciate all the kind words, people taking the time to watch. So from here, we're heading over to watch Novo Pangea. Go take a look what they going on. This will be going up on YouTube sooner or later. So I'll do the finish for that, and then we'll do the raid. That's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.